No sound. See, that's why I need to look at chat. That's fantastic. That is absolutely fantastic. I was just explaining into my muted microphone how I'm a little bit groggy this morning because I overslept an hour. And that's a good thing because I needed the sleep, but that's why I'm still kind of discombobulated. I'm not quite all the way there yet. It's because I take the night shift with the baby, so I go to bed at like 6 a.m. That's why I get up so late. And he's starting to sleep longer, so like he's getting to the point where hopefully in the next month or so he'll sleep through the night, and I can actually go to bed at a more reasonable hour, like like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m., which is reasonable for me. I'm a night owl. But yeah, thanks. So I'm just sitting here with a muted microphone telling you all the story of my life, and it's just nothing. Welcome to Cole Red Plays. We'll do it live. So hello, Angelica. Good to see you. Paul Morton. Rise of Gabe X. Okay, Gabe. Good to see you. Wally. Kirk. Did I say Paul Morton already? I probably did. Skull is here. How's my day going? Like I said, my day's a little bit rough to get started, but it's all right. It's okay. It's a good day. I always enjoy Tuesdays. Tuesdays are fun for me. I think I was saying, I don't know if you heard me this or not. I've been doing the paid takeover services for the last couple of weeks for since about like July 10th or something I started. So in the last 20 days, I've done something like maybe like 8 or 9 takeovers. Oh, exactly. It's been enough. It's been enough that I've been busy, but not so much that I feel overwhelmed. It's been fun. It's been great. We've helped some people out. Everybody's been really positive. Good experience. A lot of different players, a lot of different accounts, different kinds of, I've done a couple of clan boss rebuilds. We've done arena rebuilds, dungeon rebuilds, just champion rebuilds, getting champions into better places. We've worked on Hydra a little bit. Talked about the next 6-star champion. So there's a lot more variety, I think, than maybe we get here on Takeover Tuesday. Like in Takeover Tuesday, it's kind of like we get an hour and a half or so to do a takeover. Maybe 2 hours if I extend, which I often do. And it's like, not enough time. It's not enough time to really do a whole lot. So I'm just looking for like one thing to try to get going in the right direction. A lot of time it just comes down to coaching. But, with a 3-hour session, you get a little bit more time. You can often do a clan boss rebuild in 3 hours. It's not a guarantee. Clan boss rebuilds can sometimes be like 10-hour deals because of the speed tunes be tricky, and if you don't have the gear and stuff. But then we get to take a look at all the different pieces of the account. So it's been really fun for me to actually do a little bit more in depth than I usually get to do here at Takeover Tuesday, and get to talk to the person live in voice, because I don't do that here on Takeover Tuesday either. And so to have that interaction and answer the questions and stuff, it's been really good. And I hope people who have had them have enjoyed them, and have found them helpful. Hey, Caveman, good to see you. LFC's in the house. Doctor Who Games, good morning. Hey, Sauce. Yeah. More hex, more better. That's true. We talking about the new champion? All right, the new champion is underwhelming. The new fusion champ is underwhelming. But he's not useless. He'll have a use. He's just, compared to some of the really good fusions we've seen in the last year, I think he's on the lower end of the spectrum. But that's just my first impression. I haven't really dived into his, like, my examination of him yet. Let's see. Where is he? Skorid the Halfspawn. Yeah, let me see if I can find him on Hell Hades. Let's see if they've already got an article for him. They do have an article for him. I'll probably give I'll probably do a video on this. but I am going away for a few days. My in-laws are moving, and so my wife and I are going to go help them kind of. We're not really packing the house because they're having movers do that, but we're kind of helping them organize for the movers. And we're going to be there for a few days and say goodbye to the house because they've been living there 30 years. And so we just want to have one last tour around the grounds and, see the town and stuff like that, because probably won't go back very often, if ever. So it's kind of that nostalgia thing, a last tour, farewell tour for the homestead. We didn't expect to go. We thought we went last month and we thought that was it. And, but then they decided they wanted us to come back one more time. So we're going back. Yeah. So let me I updated OBS and it changed all my docs. Annoying. But it is what it is. Figure it out. Do it live. That worked. Okay, so this is the new guy, Skorid the Halfspawn. This is the article on hellhades.com. And you can see he's he's looking like he's a Hydra and a Spider champion, maybe a little bit in Arena. So this is the thing that is kind of interesting to me, is that this A3 attacks all enemies. Before attacking, places a hex debuff on all enemies for 2 turns. So that's obviously an AoE hex is good for Hydra. The damage inflicted by this skill increases by 20% for each hex debuff placed. Great. In Hydra, that means 4 enemies, 80% additional damage. And then heals this champion if hexes are resisted or blocked. So you could deliberately build them without, if you wanted to, you could deliberately build them without accuracy in order to get that heal, which might be interesting in some content. I don't know. But for this skill, I think what's really interesting is we have 2 options here for Spider hard mode, right? And the first is that if he places a hex on all of the spiderlings and you have 10 spiderlings down plus the boss, that's 11 hex targets. The damage inflicted by this skill could increase by up to 220% for that hit, right? So potentially he could one-shot a wave of spiders for Spider hard mode. So he might be able to do very good in Spider hard 10, depending on what his multipliers are and how much damage he can actually do with this skill. So if this skill hits really hard in Spiderling, it might be that you can go with like a reset champion and you can maybe clear it in like 3 or 4 turns, depending on, how much. So it could be like, you go with a slow reset champion. So he nukes out all the spiderlings. The reset champion goes, resets this skill, and he does it again. This is on a 3-turn cooldown, so it would have to be, Yumiko, I guess. But if you had a 2-turn cooldown, and it would just be 1 cycle, so it'd be 5 turns probably, something like that. And then fills his champion's turn meter by 10% when attacking targets without a hex debuff. Will ignore 15% of the target's defense when they are under a hex debuff. So he ignores target's defense when they're under hex. So he's going to hit, I think he's going to hit really hard and clear Spiderling. So that's actually, this is the thing that makes him interesting to me. I think this is a usable skill for everybody in hard mode Spider. So if you are trying to solve hard mode Spider, this could potentially be really good. And if you can't have him one-shot it, you could always pair him up with another great AoE damage dealer, and then just switch on and off, so you could easily find a team that could clear hard mode Spider in like under 10 turns, say, which would be nice. I think that'd be really nice. Obviously you need the gear, but the rest of his kit, I don't really care about. I don't care about the debuff spread. I don't care about the increased attack. I mean, the A2 double hits, which is not bad, if the enemies are under a hex debuff. So again, multipliers could be good. Doesn't feel like a PvE nuker. That's why he's 3.5 stars there. But definitely, I think Hydra and Spider is where he's going to be the best. And if we see that his numbers are really good, his multipliers are really good, then he could be very interesting. But when I say interesting, I don't mean he's not actually particularly interesting. Like, his kit is kind of boring, but it might be effective. It might be effective. At least that's my standpoint. You know, I feel like nukers are kind of a dime a dozen. Like, you need an interesting nuker for me to care. And he's like just barely cracking, you know, into the area where he could potentially be called interesting. Otherwise, it's just like, oh yeah, you know, we got another champion who can do another bit of damage in other content. Potentially wave content, you know, maybe. I mean, if he hits really hard and you could use him as a set, you could use a setup, you know, and have him help as a wave clear champion. Like, if this is another champion that can clear your dungeon waves in one shot, you know, your stage 10 hard mode dragon wave in one shot, and you can mix him in with like a seer or a poison explosion, or I don't know, probably not a poison explosion. If you can mix him in with another quick wave, he might help us with all of those turn attack tournaments that we've been seeing. So that would, again, elevate him in my eyes. So, like, there's potential here. But just as a kit, I'm not that interested. I don't care about nukers that much. You know, he doesn't do any, like, Newt is more interesting to me. You know, like, yeah. Anyway, I'd rather, you know, I run in Artaxisia Spider hard mode. So I can show you. This is no longer speed tuned. I've actually broken the speed tune here. Oh, this is I was doing the epic only spider tournament last week. By the way, Whisper, who I've built in +2, like I got extra copies of her, that's why I built her. She's not good for turn attack tournaments. I didn't realize this because I've never really built a Whisper and relied on her for that before. But she does damage by getting extra turns. Right? Like, she goes again and again and again, and each hit is like decently hard, but it's not overwhelmingly hard. It's just that she gets so many extra turns. So that doesn't help in a turn attack tournament. So don't use Whisper in a turn attack tournament. You'd be better off with like a second Royal Guard or you know, if you have to do all epics, a Husk or something. That would be better than a Whisper. I guess the same thing goes for Mist Rider Dathi, right? Like, don't use him either, because he does a lot of damage based on extra turns. Although he hits decently hard. So if it's just a normal tournament, go ahead and use him. But yeah, let me see. What's my team setup here? I think it's this one. So I've shown this before. And like I said, I broke the speed tune here. But you get 2 AoE HP burn activators. And so it makes it relatively quick. And I do think I could drop turns and maybe some speed, you know, some time without the ally attack. I don't need the ally attack. But when I first made it, I was still working on teams that, you know, would potentially get hit. And I wanted the block debuffs buff and the cleanse and stuff. So you can see how much damage you do by nuking out one wave of spiderlings. You know, so if the new fusion guy can do that, then you can do a lot of damage real quickly. You can see this requires more setup. I should probably bring Seer in. Bet she could one-shot a wave with all those buffs. So 12 turns, 42 seconds. It's not bad. Not bad. Hey, MZ, good to see you. CCs have different opinions, mostly useful for beginners and mid-level accounts. Yeah, I think, again, if he's a champion that can just one-shot a whole Spiderling wave on his own without any setup, he just one-shots it, just places his hex and nukes the whole thing, then he's going to have value just in terms of speeding up that run. But, you know, do you need that value? Like, is it worth the 10 or 11 or 12 books that you're going to have to put into the champion in order to get him to do that? And for some players, it's not going to be worth it. Hey, Ephemeral, good to see you. Suzanne. Dinky's in the house. The all-seeing gamer. I have a question for Colred. I would like more answers from anyone. Tomorrow I can get my Mithrala Lifebane, and I will have to have a 3-star soul for her. What blessing do I put on her? I already have a smite. She is really good for smite. She's one of the best champions in the game for brimstone. So if you don't want to put a different blessing on your other champion, like, you know, like it depends. Because if you're going to use her in Hydra, right, she's great to have brimstone on. You don't have to have her in brimstone. There are other things you can do depending on where you use her. But the reason that she's so good for brimstone, right, is that she has accuracy. Like, she has a ton of accuracy. So unless you have a 6-star, you need accuracy, right? So even if you have the 5-star soul, which I'm going to get, by the way, I'm getting the 5-star soul, and I could get it right now. But if you don't have the 6-star soul, then she's maybe the best brimstone champion in the game, because she just has, you're going to have more accuracy on her than probably almost any other champion. I'm running mine with, let's see what my accuracy is. So 629 accuracy. So that's why she's so good. And you use her in places like Hydra. You know, you use her in boss fights. You use her against Iron Twins. You know, so you get that brimstone out there. Now, if your other champion, you just want to keep the brimstone on it and you don't want to double run brimstone, there are a couple of other blessings that you could use on her. One that, you know, you could certainly get some value out of actually is emergency heal. This would make her extremely survivable. Remember, she puts up shields, you know, and if you ever earn like a blood shield ring, then you're basically going to build in all of this extra survivability. You could do that. You could do Crushing Rend if you're using her in a lot of boss fights, right? So that's going to lower the boss's defense. I'm sorry, not Crushing Rend. Cruelty. Sorry, Cruelty. So lowering the boss's defense. Crushing Rend is for nukers. That's a different. If you're using her in PvP, you could use Temporal Chains. Right? This is good to have on somebody in PvP. You could always use Intimidating Presence on somebody, right? Like if you run her in a lot of content and you want to boost your aura, you can run Intimidating Presence on her. But she is perhaps the best, in my mind, the best brimstone champion in the game. So, like, if you're using her in boss fights, brimstone is the way to go, and get the other champion a different blessing. Oh, so yeah, so you have it on Artak, who's another good champion for brimstone. He is a good champion for brimstone. So yeah, you could potentially replace his, you know, and you could do the same. I mean, for Artak, I think most of the same blessings would apply. You know, potentially. I do think polymorph, like, I made a video not long ago where I was like, you know, polymorph is probably great for her in arena. The problem is, and some people in the comments said that I think that the debuff needs to be placed. So has a chance of placing a sheep debuff on enemies whenever they place debuffs on this champion. So it's not if they cast a debuff. It's if the debuff lands. And she has such high resistance that she's like, it's very rare that they're going to land this, so you're not going to get a lot of value out of polymorph. And I didn't realize that. I thought it was just when it was casted. You know, and I haven't checked out the new ones. I mean, the new ones might be nice. I don't know. Whenever this champion applies a poison, it's the greater version, so you don't care about that. She doesn't weak hit. But you could place a hex through Poison Cloud, so I guess that would have some value. Yeah, not too much there. Another thing about Artak is you could, I mean, how often are you going to run an Artak and Mithrala in the same comp, right? So if you're ever running Artak solo, he benefits from Brimstone. If you ever run him in a team where you're not running Mithrala, then, you know, you'd have another good champion for Brimstone. Thing about Artak is you need high accuracy on him to make sure you're landing your HP burns and your decrease attacks and stuff. It's totally fine to run 2 champions with Brimstone, even in the same team. Like, you don't need to get overly concerned about being perfectly efficient with your blessings, because you may not use them together. So I would say, like, on my Artak, I think I have Brimstone. And on my Mithrala, I have Brimstone. And on other champions, I probably have some Brimstone. You could use, if you wanted, you could use, instead of Brimstone on him, you can use Soul Reap. That's not bad. If you have a decently high Soul Reap on him, sometimes that's good, you know, because he hits the whole wave every time. But yeah, up to you. Does Cruelty stack? Cruelty stacks, it doesn't stack, it just adds to itself. So what I mean by that is, if you have 2 champions with Cruelty, they both lower their target's defenses up to their personal maximum. So let's say I had one champion with a 1-star and one with a 3-star, right? So the first champion could help decrease the defense up to 5% for bosses, and then would stop. That Cruelty would stop being effective. The second champion's Cruelty would continue to be effective up to 10%. So if the 1-star champion went first and hit 3 times, it would lower the defense by 3%, and then the next one would go, and you go back and forth until each one hit their cap. These don't stack in terms of cap. So if I had a 1-star and a 3-star, the cap isn't now 15% for bosses. It's still the 5% and the 10%. So you're going to max out at 10%. And this does the same thing with like Newt or Harima. So again, like if you had this champion with Newt decreases the target's defense up to 30%. So, you know, this champion would stop at, say, 10%, and then Newt would have to take it the rest of the way from 10% to 30%. And again, the cap would be now Newt's cap, which is 30%. So the caps don't add. So the cap is always the biggest champion, like the highest, you know, damage or defense reducing champion, the highest number that's going to be the cap. You can't increase that cap. You just get to add the 2 together. Hey, Colred, if looking to push into Fire Knight hard, should I do a 60 Yakarl or Ninja next? Yakarl is better for Fire Knight. But Ninja's usable. So it kind of depends what the rest of your team is and where you would use Ninja. Ninja's the better champion of the 2. Not that Yakarl's bad. Yakarl's a very good champion.
Thank you again for last week's takeover. Now team you built did 160 meters in hard.
There he is. So I've got both built. But Yakarl has multiple freezes on his A1, which means he works better with an ally attacker, right? Because he's going to get those freezes out there and do some work for you. LFC. Oh, dude, you're awesome. The team I built did 160 million in hard mode, full auto. We were talking about that Hydra, that we did. That's awesome. Thank you, LFC. I appreciate it. I took some flack for that takeover, by the way. Some people were like, the Hydra teams you built were awful. I'm like, 160 million hard mode, full auto. I think that's fine. I said that's what it would do. I said it would do 100 million, and it did 160. So I feel okay with that. But yeah, so Yakarl, you know, if you're going to use an ally attacker, if you're going to use a Ferric in the Fat or something, he's going to give you more turn meter decrease on the boss. He also gives you a nice freeze, AoE freeze, you know, on the waves, and he has a decreased speed, which is really nice to have on the boss too. So once you break the shield, you can get the decreased speed on the boss. So if you're using that, that's great. Now, Ninja does have an AoE freeze as well. This ignores defense on the boss. So once the shield's down, this hits pretty hard. He's got the triple hitter, to help break the shield. But his A1 is, only a single target hit, one hit. It does have decreased defense, so it's not bad. They're both usable. I think Yakarl is the better Fire Knight champion, hard mode Fire Knight champion, and Ninja's the better all-around damage dealer. But they're both very good champions, and they're both very useful. And one of the nice things about Yakarl is that he can help you level up through Fire Knight pretty easily because he's Void Affinity. So, like, if you're on, like, Fire Knight Hard 2 and you want to get to Fire Knight Hard 7 or something, you don't have to worry about swapping him out when he's weak Affinity, and he's just going to do fine. Or building him in, like, Affinity Breaker or something. Is Brimstone best for Ninja? So I have mine in Phantom Touch right now, and I don't remember why. I don't remember why I did Phantom Touch. I might have had somebody else in Brimstone on the same team. I think I did. And that's why I had Ninja in Phantom Touch. I think Brimstone is good for him, especially if you're using him as your clan boss damage dealer and you don't have another Brimstone champion. I think I know why. I think I had him in Phantom Touch for Fire Knight. I think because this gives you an extra hit. I think that's why I had him. He originally was one of my Fire Knight champions. I've had Ninja since the initial, release. And so I think early on, I put him in Phantom Touch and I've never changed it. Hey, Crop is in the house. Crop, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, Ninja doesn't freeze bosses. You're right. He might freeze bosses. I mean, there's only one boss that can be frozen. My guess is this freeze works. It just goes from an AoE to a single target. But saying I would donate, but I have no money to donate. You don't need to donate, but I always, when people they want to be generous, they want to support the channel, I definitely appreciate it. It's always nice to see those tips and those little things, like give me a boost of energy. They make me feel good. Let me know that people are appreciating the content. But this is free content. Yeah, right. YouTube's free. And we're giving away free takeovers. So Havabuka, cool, thank you. I was very lucky with an inactive event group and I got a 6-star soul. In that case, you definitely want to go Brimstone. Because there's another thing that you can do, which is you can use Ninja as your Sand Devil Necropolis duo with Godseeker and Neri. So if you have Godseeker and Neri, you can pair those two up and they'll clear Sand Devils for you pretty quickly, especially with a 100% smite that can't be removed. So it's a 100% chance of placing a guaranteed and protected smite debuff. So the Sand Devil can't remove it, so he's going to get hit twice every single rotation. It helps if you build Ninja in an Affinity Breaker set for this. Because when you do that, he's going to weak hit less. And so these are going to go up, right? So, and he's going to land his HP burns and stuff. And Affinity Breakers, by the way, it's great for Clan Boss too. So if you have a good Affinity Breaker set for Ninja, you can put him in an Affinity Breaker set. It's not a great set in terms of damage, but it's not awful. So you get 30% crit damage, but then it turns weak hits into critical hits. And since they're critical hits, that means those 50% of weak hits allow you to land your debuffs. And so if you are taking him into a weak affinity, where he's weak affinity into Clan Boss or weak affinity into stage 25 Sand Devil, and you have this, that means instead of weak hitting 30% of the time, he's only going to weak hit 15% of the time, and he's going to get extra critical. So it's nice. It's a nice way to go. I don't have a good Affinity Breaker set. I haven't really farmed this boss that much. But then you would want the 6-star Brimstone, an Affinity Breaker set. You could run them in Clan Boss and Sand Devils. You'd be awesome. You do have to speed tune them for both, so make sure you pick a speed tune that works for both. But there's enough leeway in those two places, depending on your build, that you should be able to find one that works. Hey, Tulsi, good to see you. Really important question. The way Raid worded it, there will be more Ninja Soul events. Will there be? I have a Ninja Soul on my shop right now, only 1 star, and I want it, but only if I can't get it for free. Yeah, I don't know. That was my impression at first. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I thought there would be more than one event, and I thought we would be able to get like lower souls, because you can see I only have, do I have a 2 or 3 star soul on my Ninja? I have a 3 star soul. And it's taken me a long time to get that 3 star soul. So I would love a 4 star soul on him, because on the 4 star soul, you get the crit damage, 5 star soul would be phenomenal. Because then I would put him in Brimstone. But yeah, I don't know. Andrew Jordan recently moved from Sand Devil 15 to 25 overnight because of pulling Godseeker. Yeah, that duo is so effective. Colred, are you doing a video on Siege and reaction to? I did a Siege video last week beforehand, just a little bit. Not like a big thing. Actually, maybe it was 2 weeks ago. So, I don't know. I probably not. To be fair, like I said, I'm going away tomorrow, and I'm going to be gone for 5 days. Because my in-laws are moving, and so my wife and I are going back to the house they lived there 30 years. So we're going to go say goodbye to the house and help them kind of get ready for the movers. And so I'm not going to be doing videos this week. I'm leaving the computer here. I'm not taking any of I'm like literally having an actual vacation, because last time I went on vacation, I worked the whole time, and we didn't get as much family time as we were hoping. So this time I'm literally I'm dropping everything. There will not be a video. Tomorrow I'll probably put out a video, and then the next video will be next Monday, probably. I might try to do a Fusion preview video. Or a Fusion planning video to do that. I'll do that from my phone and see if Son and I can figure out a way to make that work. So maybe I'll do one video this week, maybe on Thursday when the schedule drops. We'll have to see. What matters most in terms of the highest attack power, attack percentage, or crit damage? Crit damage. That's simple. I mean, there's a balance. You need to strike a balance between the two. So if you've never seen this, let me show you this. I don't use this very often, but this is another little tool from Hell Hades website. So you come up here and you go down to tools, and there is a damage efficiency tool. So you can come here. You're going to select your champion. So let's say we're looking for, I don't know, like my arena nuker. So I'm going to go to Genbo. Actually, let's do somebody that doesn't have a weird mechanic. Who's a straight up damage dealer in the arena that people use? Trying to think of who I see the most. Wukong? Let's just go to Wukong. That'll be easy. You see Wukong all the time. Seriously, Wukong's not in here? Oh, he's Sun Wukong. That's why. Like, why am I not seeing him? There he is. Okay. So now you put in your attack. So let's say I've got 3,500 attack. And my crit damage, let's say I've got a lot of crit, or a decent amount of crit damage. Let's say I have 280 crit damage. And then what it'll tell you is, based on the calculation, you should be looking to increase your primary stat before adding more critical damage. So in this case, what it's saying is if I have 280% crit damage, that I need 6,000 attack for the most efficiency. right? Now, let's say I did something like, let's say I raised this to 6,000, and then let's say I dropped this to 220%. And then it's going to give me the other thing. It's going to say current critical damage is 220. Critical damage goal for efficiency is 278. So I need to get, that. So the way this works is basically, as you increase your attack, crit damage becomes more valuable. But if you overshoot on your critical damage, then attack becomes more valuable. So I tend to do it with more crit damage. I go for as much crit damage as I can possibly squeeze on. But this tool actually gives you the most optimal build. So you can come here and check it out and see what you need. Any room in the clans? I 1 key Ultra Nightmare and 100 million Hydra Clash. We do have a few spots. We've been trying to fill them. We've been actively filling them. So I don't know if they're all full up right now, because you would be stronger than the. So we have 4 clans right now that are active. We had 5, but I don't know what happened to the 5th. I think the officer stopped playing and it kind of fell apart. So we might add that back. We can get it. But I know that in the lowest clan right now, there are some spots, and they're not doing 1 key Ultra Nightmare. They're doing, I think most of them are just clearing Nightmare. Like, that's the goal there. And then for the other clans, there might be a spot in the mid tier, and they are clearing Ultra Nightmare every day. All right. So let me get this started, because we're closing in on 145 here. So quick, if you've never done a takeover before, the way this works is you need to be a member of my Discord community. There's a link in the description of this video. You want to go into the Discord, scroll down until you see a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. It's in a section called the Coaching Corner. There is the Wheel of Takeover. There is a message from my editor, whose name is Sun, and you're going to want to react to that. Now I'm going to quickly remove all those reactions. So if you've reacted to that already, have your login information ready, so that if you happen to win the takeover, I'm going to need your login information. I'll DM you, you DM me back, and that's about it. So go ahead and react to the message now. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back. Ooh, okay, so I mentioned this at the top of the live stream, but I overslept by an hour today. So there are all sorts of things I didn't get done this morning. And the reason I overslept is because I do the overnight shift with the baby, and he's not really sleeping through the night yet. Hopefully soon he will be. So I typically stay up until like 6 in the morning and then go to sleep. And this morning I just shut off my alarm without even knowing it, overslept an hour, and like my body clearly needed it, but it completely threw off my morning. So there are things like around the house that just have not been done at the time they needed to do. So I was like, I hadn't let the dog out. I was like, crap, he probably needs to go to the bathroom. Okay. So, yeah, again, react to the message. I'll shoot you a DM as soon as you win. You can win one free takeover every 90 days. Oh, I will, I'll give you a role so you can enter the coaching voice with me where I am. You won't be able to talk to me, but I want you to be able to hear me in real time because there's like a 10-second lag on the live stream. So it's just quicker. And then you can DM me anything that you want me to do in terms of your takeover, like what kind of takeover you're looking for. Okay, I'm going to give it just like another 30 seconds. All right. That's it. We're going to do this. Been in that wheel. Not that many reactions today. This is actually fewer people than we normally get. We've only got 56 viewers currently. So if you would do me a favor and smash that like button, I'd appreciate it. Maybe we'll push that out a little bit. It could be that, you know, people are just busy this week. I don't know. But normally we have something around 100 to 140 by 2 o'clock. So it's good for you who showed up early. Shock, you won last week, buddy. You won last week. You can't win again. Oh, wait a second. You can win again because that wasn't a thing. That was a different thing. Let me see. Let me see when you've won. Shock has won many takeovers. Yeah, that didn't mess you up because last week was just it was a rebuild, right? Thing that I was offering. That's when you won. So let's see. When was the last time you won for real? Was back in September, it looks like. Yeah. The last time you won was all the way back in September. So you're good. Yeah. So let me ask you quick, Shock, before we get started. Is this going to be another account showcase? Because we literally just showcased your account. Or do you actually want me to do a takeover? Because I think sometimes you just like showing off your account, which is fine, you know, but do you need an account takeover? Like, is there something that you're trying to accomplish that you want me to help you with? Or do you just want to show off your team? Not because, like, showing off your teams is fun, but we just showed off all your teams last week, and I'm trying to help people here. So I want to actually give somebody a takeover who needs it. Now, if you want an actual takeover, I'm happy to do it. You do need one. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Shock said he needs an account takeover. We are going to do it. I just deleted your account, actually. Like, I had your account info in there, but let me go ahead and grab it. Is this the account that we're doing, or are we doing? I mean, you have more than one account, right? Showing off is fun, though. You like Shock more than anybody else. You like showing off your account, buddy. Some people like a flex, you know, they like a flex every once in a while, which is good. Yeah, that's fine. Is this actually your main account now, or is this let me see. I gotta give you a. Okay, you should jump into the coaching voice room with me so you can hear me in live time and respond quickly. 32 in Greece for the moment. I'm assuming that's 32 Celsius because that's hot. And 32 Fahrenheit would be freezing. And it's summertime in Greece. All right, so what are we looking for? This is your main. Got a lot of 60s. Up to there. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 81, 87, 60s. Nice. You need a good gear cleanse. You want a gear cleanse. All right, we're doing a gear cleanse video takeover. We haven't done this in a long time. So here's the thing about my gear cleanse videos, Shock. I use them as teaching tools. I don't really do a deep gear cleanse. I just kind of walk through it and talk about, you know, how to do a gear cleanse. So we'll do that. I'm happy to do that. So there are a lot of different things. Now, gear cleanses are different depending on the level of your count, the level of your gear, how lucky you've been, what champions you have built, all that stuff. There are some variations. So, you know, one of the things I know about, you know, Shock runs the optimizer, and you can see he has a lot of broken sets like on champions, right? And that's fine. Like, that's just a thing. So people who go for stats, not sets, right? You know, there's that whole thing. Like, or if they use the optimizer, they'll end up with a lot of this stuff. And that changes the way you gear cleanse. So if you're happy to have, you know, pieces that are in like offsets a lot. Now, as a free-to-play player, I don't do that very much. I know Shock is also a free-to-play player. I don't do this. I do a different kind of gearing, which I think is more efficient. So it takes more effort, and it can be a little bit slower sometimes, but it tends to be more efficient for your overall roster. So that can change things as well. So, for instance, one of the things that I would do is literally get rid of every single life piece. I'd get rid of every offense piece. I would probably get rid of most of the defensive pieces. Like, I would just chuck these because offense is such a weak set comparatively. Now, let me shrink myself down a little bit. When I do a cleanse, I need to get more viewing space here. Okay. So, you know, this has a double roll into crit rate. This has some rolls, but it's like this. If I'm going to keep a piece in a weak set, it needs to be a perfect piece. So we're talking about, this might be marginal. This would be if this were like a instead of that HP roll, if that had rolled into speed or a triple roll in the crit rate, then I might keep it. But it has to be that level of quality. So this piece is really not, like, who's that going to go on? Who are you going to give that bad set to for those stats? Now, if it had triple crit rate, yeah, sure. If it had triple speed or something, I understand. You know, but it's a 5-star piece. Not great substat roll. Like, all the substats are good, but who do you put that on? So, you know, this is something like, I wouldn't even keep this. Like, I would have sold this at the gate and I wouldn't have rolled it up. Now that it is rolled, the question becomes, can I envision a champion that this goes on to? Right? You have almost 96-star champion. If you don't have a champion currently that this can go on to, who are you envisioning this for? And how could that potentially be better than, say, a merciless piece, a 5-star merciless piece, right? Like, how could it be better than this? Or this, or, you know, what, like, when am I going to need that offensive piece? Like, this brings attack. On one piece, I get 10% attack. One piece, I get 10% attack. And this, right, is giving me 15% attack as a set bonus for 2 pieces. So it's so much weaker than this. And you have so much of this gear. It's like, you're going to put this gear on first. And after this, you're going to check Slayer. And after Slayer, you're going to check Lethal. And after Lethal, you're going to check Instinct. And after Instinct, you're going to check Savage. And after Savage, you're going to check Cruel. And after Cruel, you're going to check Divine Offense. And after Divine Offense, maybe you get all the way down to Offense. But no, you're going to check crit damage first. You might even check crit rate first. And then you get to Offense. So it's like, you could throw this on somebody. You could throw this on a faction crypt champion. Whatever. Just get rid of it. But it shouldn't be taking up space in your inventory. And so when you go through this process, and I always sound, by the way, I always sound irritated when I'm doing a gear cleanse because I don't like it. I don't like doing gear cleanses. I don't like doing it for myself. I have to do one, like, probably, I do 3 a month on my account. It's like cleaning your room. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's nice after it's done, but you hate doing it. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm not criticizing anybody. This is my mentality for myself. I have to get, like, angry in order to get it done. It's like when you're jogging and you just want to stop. You have to, like, yell at yourself to keep going. You know, that's kind of what I'm doing here. So don't take this personally, Shock. I'm not coming after you. But this is my point, right? Like, when does this get used? It doesn't. So that gets chucked, you know? But the bigger thing is, like, it shouldn't be here in the first place. Right? Like, this shouldn't be here in the first place. Because this just ends up being a temptation. Like, you roll here to a double crit rate, and you're like, oh, it's a double crit rate. It's nice 18%. I might need it someday. On who? Like, who's going to need crit rate in a life set? An HP nuker? But then they need so much. It's like, and still, there are better sets for it. You're still probably going to look at Savage. You're still going to, and it's like, you're not putting this on a support because it has no speed on it. This is not going on a debuffer. It has no accuracy. You know, so again, you have a level 16 with a double crit rate roll with no end game, right? This doesn't go on anybody. So rather than get into a situation where you roll these pieces, the better thing is to sell them at the gate. Never let them into your inventory in the first place, because then they don't become traps. Same thing here. Now, this is a triple HP percentage roll on the life set with speed and defense. This is beautiful. It's a 5-star piece that belongs in the mid game or the early mid game, right? This might go on a healer. This might go on maybe a cleanser. It doesn't have resist, but it might go on a cleanser. This might go on an HP based champion kind of support, maybe for a little while. But once you have, 90 6-star champions, this is a 5-star piece of gear that doesn't really have a home. So you can put this on one of your, level 40s or level 50s for faction crypts, but then it doesn't belong here. So, this piece, not enough accuracy to matter. This piece, I mean, you could roll it up and see if you triple rolled speed. I guess it's a 6-star at least, but I probably wouldn't, because it's going to be a trap. This is a trap. This is a trap. They're all trap pieces, but I'm going to get rid of those 3 pieces. Defense is a little bit better than offense and life. This is a better set because it can be a damage set for a defensive based damage dealer. It could just be a survival set. Sometimes you get speed or accuracy on it. So like this triple roll on speed is not bad. I'm sorry, accuracy is not bad. This accuracy and speed is not bad. It's a little low, right? Like it's a double roll into speed and it's only giving you 13, which is really unfortunate. This is a 4, 4, and 5. Here, this accuracy is actually decent. This is like, no, I don't even care about the crit rate and the like. If it's a damage dealer, we want crit damage or at least speed. If it's a debuffer, because you need the accuracy, you need speed. and you don't need the crit rate. So this is a trap piece. This is another trap piece, but this is a trap piece. This is actually nice. This is actually nice. Like, it's all nice stats, but it's like, again, who's the target? That's actually okay. The 17 speed is good. Attack percentage chess piece in the defense set. Think about who you would put this on, right? Like, it's okay to get a little bit of defense onto an attack percentage champion. It's okay to use it as a broken set, but if you're going for attack percentage as the main stat, you need crit rate. You need crit damage. You probably don't need defense, right? You probably don't need accuracy. Maybe you could put this on a champion like Allure, but then you still need the 100% crit rate. Maybe you could put this on a damage dealer like Genbo, who only needs 70% crit rate, but then you need crit damage, right? Then you don't need the defense and you don't need the accuracy, and you're wasting stats. This is another trap piece. So I'm selling that. Defensive boots in the defensive set, that's okay. But without any speed on them, who do you put this on? Defensive nuker, right? Which means crit rate. You need crit rate. Otherwise, again, you're looking at that 70%. It's a 5-star piece. Doesn't have accuracy on it. Doesn't have speed substat on it. It's going to be hard to find a home for this piece. This is worth selling. That's just another trap piece. So these trap pieces are pieces that look marginally good for some reason. You can envision a use for them, not on your roster, but like just somewhere. You're like, maybe I'll find a use for this someday. And then you roll it and it rolls decently well. And now you're stuck with a piece that you shouldn't have rolled in the first place. That is by far the biggest mistake that I see players make. They end up with a bloated inventory because they get a bit of FOMO. They're like, well, maybe it'll go on to somebody. Who? Just ask yourself, who on your roster would use this piece? So let's go ahead and look at this. All right, speed and accuracy. Let's upgrade this. All right, there's an artifact enhancement going on. So here's what's going to happen. It's either going to roll double speed, double accuracy, or one of each. You keep it in all three cases, right? You probably keep it in all three cases, but you could compare it against all of these other pieces that you have, right? So let's look, like who else has speed and accuracy? We're not seeing a lot of speed and accuracy together as a combo. So that means this is a good piece to have. Like, you don't have to roll it now then. You're just like, okay, you should. But here's the thing for the speed set. Every single piece should have speed as a substat, or you don't roll it. Because what's going to happen is you're going to end up with pieces like this. Double roll in the crit rate, a roll in the crit damage in a speed set. So if you need damage, you'd rather have a damage set. If you need speed, this isn't good enough. If you need speed with crit rate, maybe this is a marginal piece that gets you in between. You could always take it to 16 and see if you rolled into speed, which would make it slightly better. But if you missed, now you got a 16 that you rolled up and you don't want to get rid of, and it's not going on anybody. So like this is a tricky piece. And if you want to hold on to it, that's okay. But then make sure you're not holding on to a bunch of other pieces that are in the same mold. So for instance, let's look for crit rate and crit damage only pieces that don't have speed. Crit rate and attack versus crit rate and damage. Crit rate and crit damage, more versatile. This could go on an HP nuker. This could go on a defensive-based nuker. This needs to really go on an attack-based nuker. 20% attack is nice, but it's not awesome. Maybe you want to reforge this piece, right? Like maybe you rework this piece and hope you get a triple speed roll. That would be a valuable piece, right? And it's like 5-star legendaries. You get these ores and like, what do you use them on? Now, you could hold them for Merciless, Supersonic, like Protection, Stone Skin. You could hold them for that, which is what I usually do. So you either re-roll this piece because it's not valuable as is, or you just sell it. I'm not going to sell it because it's a triple roll and you could rework it if you want. This one at least has speed as a single roll, so it's okay. This missed, I would keep rolling. I don't know if I would keep rolling this. I might just sell this one. Here's crit rate and resistance with some attack. So it's like, okay, here's a 5-star piece. We've got this 6-star piece. This has crit rate, crit damage, and resistance. This has crit rate and resistance and attack. This is the better damage piece. This is the better resistance piece, but it doesn't have speed. And if you want resistance on somebody, it's usually a cleanser or a reviver who needs speed and doesn't need crit rate. This piece has got to go. That's just a trap piece, right? Just, okay. Speed and crit rate, much better. This should never have been rolled. Unless you're just rolling it for artifact enhancement. Like, that's fine. I'll just do it this way. All right, accuracy, crit rate, and HP, double rolling HP. No, that's got to go. Crit rate, double crit rate with crit damage. So this is what I was talking about. This piece and this piece are the same piece. Crit rate, crit damage, resistance. Crit rate, crit damage, resistance. Right? This rolled double crit rate and a resistance. This rolled double crit rate and a crit damage. This is 6 stars. This is 5 stars. These are the exact same piece. Right? But this one rolled better. And it's the 6 star. So that means this 5 star is like redundant for a piece that is already marginal. Easy sell. Easy to sell that piece. Speed, crit rate, and crit damage. This is a beautiful piece, even though it's 5 stars and it only landed 13% crit damage or crit rate. This could go on a faction crypt nuker. This could go on a starter champion. This could go this is a usable piece that's worth holding on to, but get this onto somebody. Like, use this, relatively soon, because it's only 5 stars and like the rolls weren't great. It's only 9 speed. It does have a 6% crit damage roll. That's the only good roll there, actually. But the stats are really usable. So this could go on to somebody for a secret room in Doom Tower or something. That's okay. Double speed roll, okay. Crit rate accuracy. Again, some low rolls here, unfortunately. This one's gone. Double accuracy, don't care. Speed and HP, that's marginal. Double speed. Speed and attack, really marginal. This 4-star piece, you like all the substats, right? Speed, crit rate, crit damage. With all the pieces you have above this that are better, again, and it's a 4-star piece, who are you going to put this on? It probably came off of somebody and you've been reluctant to sell it, but you need to sell it. And so the same thing here, trap piece, unfortunately, going to leave it. Trap piece, we're not going to leave that. That one's going. Trap piece. Trap piece, that one's going. Trap piece, that one's going. Trap piece, that one's going. Okay. Okay. That one should be rolled if you're going to keep it. Like, if you roll it into speed and then HP percentage or speed and accuracy or something, then it might be worth it. But that's pretty close to a trap piece. It has to roll. If it doesn't roll speed, it's a trap piece. And so it's like, do you want to bother taking it up or not? I would probably just sell it, but you can keep that for a while. Trap piece, decent. Okay. Maybe. This is kind of okay. The attack is the throwaway stat, but if you need a cleanser and you need to get resistance onto a cleanser, sometimes they need accuracy and they always need speed. It's only 4 speed. If this were 5 speed, or if the extra roll had gone into speed, this would be better, but it's okay. Trap. That's a trap. Yeah, okay. That's a good piece. That's actually a pretty good piece. I get it. I mean, I get some of these, but it's like I think the triple rolls like this should be reworked. This should be reworked to see if you get the speed roll. Or you should sell it. It's okay. All right, so I'm going to sell these pieces. Let's move on to a different set. Accuracy is another set that I think people keep too many pieces in, especially with all the access that we get to perception. So all these pieces just inherently are more valuable than accuracy pieces because of that percent. So again, my bar for accuracy for an advanced account, first of all, it's got to be 6 stars. And if it's rare, it has to be speed and accuracy. If it's epic, you typically want at least, speed or accuracy. It's really hard to want accuracy without speed, right? Typically, the reason you need accuracy is because you need to land debuffs. And there are a lot of damage dealers now that land debuffs. So if you have accuracy and crit rate and crit damage or something, that could be a nice combo. But so I'm going to start here with the 5 stars. Just going to jump into the 5 stars. Like, no, that doesn't have speed. That one's good, right? That's a decent double roll. That's okay. No. And no, definitely not. And the 4-star, 25 accuracy, but only 3 speed. I'd probably get rid of that just because you have all of these other accuracy pieces. Plus, you have all those perception pieces. Same thing here. I'm just going to go through the 5 stars. Those 2 double rolls into speed, like you want to put those on somebody or get rid of them. That's actually decent. That's decent. No. Yeah, that's good. That's okay. Same thing here. That's nice. That's pretty nice. Okay. That's good. That's good. This one's a little tricky. So when you get something like this, right? It's like this could go on somebody that doesn't need to be that fast, but needs to be accurate. So like this could go, maybe this could go on your Allure. You could still get her to like 240 speed or something, 250, which is really all you need for her sometimes, or maybe you could put this on like an Armiger, an Armiger could use this. But if you have those champions built already and you don't see this being an upgrade, I would probably get rid of that piece or roll it up to 12 and see if it hits speed or crit damage, and then if it does, maybe it'd be more valuable. Boots in the accuracy set, like speed. I don't know why you would keep any other stat for boots in the accuracy set. I would get rid of everything that wasn't a speed boot in the accuracy set. And by the way, when you pull a new accuracy boot that has speed as a main stat, if it doesn't have accuracy as a substat, chuck it. Right? Like this boot here. Right? If you need accuracy so much that you're putting an accuracy set on, then it should have accuracy as a substat. Now, you could use this as an off piece, right? You could use this on somebody like, let's say you get an accuracy boot that has crit rate and crit damage. Great. Now you roll that and you want a double crit rate or, a crit rate and a crit damage roll or something. Like, fine. Then it can be used as an off piece. But this doesn't have that, right? So if this is for a tank, you're either going to need accuracy, resistance. I mean, the HP maybe, I guess, double HP roll and a defense roll has to go on a tank. Has to go on a tank that doesn't have to be super fast. That, this is a trap piece. Like not rolling this piece seems to be the healthier move. Like it'll cause you less concern. All right. So this is the way a damage boot should be done, right? This is what a damage boot should look like. So when I say a damage boot, I mean a main stat of attack percentage, defense percentage, or HP percentage. And typically the only time you put those on a champion, there are 2 times really. One is if you're doing a slow build, if for some reason you're building a UDK who's like really slow or something, or another champion who you want really slow, like a slow boy for the budget unkillable, then you might go with a main stat boot instead of a speed boot. And you're going to want the substats that make sense. So this makes sense for a defensive-based nuker. Doesn't have to need accuracy. You can just use this as an offset, right? An offset piece, rather. So a defensive nuker, say you put this on your Stultus, right? You've got a little bit of speed there. You can glyph that if you need some more. That's great. You want some speed there. You've got the crit rate, 13% is okay. That's sort of the minimum that you need. Crit damage of 15%, excellent. A little bit of HP to enhance that tankiness of a defensive-based nuker. Awesome. This could go on somebody. This could actually go on somebody. And if you're going to keep a boot, that is meant for a damage dealer that doesn't have speed as a main stat, this is how it should look. You want 2 or 3 good main substats, preferably speed, along with whatever your damage is, and then it has to roll into crit rate. Has to roll into crit rate. Because when you're building a damage dealer, you're going to put crit damage gauntlets on them. And that means you need to get your 100% crit rate from just substats. So you can't have any pieces that don't have crit rate as a substat unless, 1, you're using a crit rate set, like a set that gives you crit rate, or 2, you have a champion that only needs 70%, right? You're bringing a crit rate buff. And that's really rare. So this is actually an excellent boot, and I would keep it. But I would also look to put it on somebody. Like, just keeping it here for a while is kind of, here's another one. This is not as good as the previous one, but this is also decent for a damage dealer. It's got 14% crit rate. This is a double roll on a 5-star that got 13%. This is a single roll on a 6-star that got 14%. The percentage is important. You need 13% on your substats to get 100% crit rate. Let me sell these pieces. So this is what I'm talking about. So pull up a damage dealer, right? You get 15% crit rate in your kit. It's actually over here. 15% crit rate. And you get 5 from your mastery. So you get 20% crit rate. That means you have 80% crit rate that you need to get from just 6 substats. These 6 pieces, if you're going with a crit damage gauntlet, right? You can only get crit rate from these 6 pieces, and you can only get them from substats, or like in this case, if you want to use the Ascension, you can get it through the Ascension here, which Shock has gotten to his 100% with the Ascension, which is really nice. But you would prefer to have crit damage in the Ascension, right? That would give you even more damage. So that means 6 slots need to give you 80% crit rate. 80 divided by 6 is, what is that? That's 13 1/3 or something like that. So you need 13% or 14% crit rate per piece. And so if one piece rolls low, like 12, that means another piece has to roll high, like 15, right? Or you have to use like Slayer artifacts or accessories to get you that extra 5%, or you have to do something to get that extra percentage. So when you're looking at a damage boot and you see 14%, that's sort of the minimum, right? 14% is the minimum. This 13%, this 14%, that's the bare minimum that you need. Otherwise, you need another piece that rolls triple crit rate or quadruple crit rate somewhere else. So this boot, right? If you compare these two, like this 5-star versus this 6-star, the 5-star has the 13%. This defensive boot doesn't even have crit rate. So if it rolls into crit rate on the next roll, you're going to have maybe 6%, maybe 7% if you get really lucky. Probably 5%. That's not really enough, right? Now with the crit damage and the speed, okay, maybe I put it on a 70% nuker, 70% crit rate nuker. Maybe. But this is a trap. This is a trap boot, and I would sell it. All right. Let's go on. Let's look at some other sets. The Dazed set, I think, is a trap set entirely. Perfect pieces that can be used in broken sets are what you want. All right, so you have to have a vision for the piece. Double speed, double accuracy, great. Has HP percentage, that's good. Crit rate is probably a throwaway stat here, but this is a nice usable off piece, right? Single roll into speed, single roll into accuracy. You've got this piece. This piece makes this piece irrelevant, right? And you don't need 5 off-piece weapons in this set, right? So this, I wouldn't even bother. This would just go. Right here, crit rate and crit damage. Okay, you've got another roll here. If it rolls into crit rate, speed, or crit damage here, this could be a pretty usable 5-star piece. It's nice to have a little bit of HP on your nukers anyway. If you put it on an HP based nuker, great. So this is a usable piece. This is a bit of a trap piece. It doesn't have enough crit rate. We were talking about that 13%. So you got to make up for it somewhere. It gives you crit damage, but if you're looking for crit damage, you're looking in different sets. So this is a trap piece. I would probably chuck it. It's 16 though, so I'll leave it for now. This is actually a better piece than this piece. Even though this has the crit damage and this doesn't, right? This gets you the 18% crit rate. You can now slot this in with some other pieces to get you that 100% crit rate because it's over. Going to get more value out of a set. That's a trap piece. This doesn't have speed on it. Doesn't have crit damage. Doesn't have accuracy. A lot of these are that one can go. That one can definitely go. That one can go. That's a trap piece. There's no crit rate on it. I think that can go. That's okay. That's okay. Another quad roll. See, this is like, this is, it hurts, right? It hurts to have that piece. This is probably a trap piece. It's not fast enough to be fast. Like 14 speed on a double roll isn't fast, right? And it has crit rate and crit damage, but it's like, it's probably a trap piece. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Chuck. Gotcha. Crit damage gauntlets with crit rate and a single roll. It's 9%, but that's not awful. You know, here, I mean, you would have loved the double roll and a crit rate, but this could be a piece that might get used somewhere, so I'd hold on to that. HP percentage with defense percentage, attack percentage, crit rate. That's a weird piece. I don't know who that would go on to, but it's your only chess piece, so I'll leave it for now. This is an okay damage boot for a defensive based nuker, but now you're competing with the accuracy boots from the other set. So this is the first time we've seen this. Like, if this is going to be used, it's going to be used as an off piece. And we have this piece here. Actually, this piece, which is even better, right? So we have this 5-star piece with 13% crit rate and 15% crit damage. This with 12% crit rate and 23% crit damage and a little bit more speed. And this is 6-star. So these two are kind of competing against each other unless you're using this as a set piece, right? Unless you're using it in this set. So, I mean, I'd probably keep it. This is good. This is actually this is a very good off-piece boot, right? Like, crit damage with the speed roll is nice. The accuracy is probably a throwaway, but maybe you can use it on a like, this could go on Husk. If he needs to land his provoke, you get that accuracy in there. Lands the stun as well. That's okay. 10% with crit damage. This is a speed boot at least, so. Frost is a set people keep too many pieces on. When was the last time you built somebody in Frost? I have like 2 champions on my entire account in Frost. And I have thrown away more good Frost pieces. But here's the thing. If you're going to use them as an offset, you get a lot of Frost. You may as well roll them up and see if you can use it as a broken set piece. But then it needs to roll really well, right? So this piece, no. This would have to be used as a Frost piece, right? Can you envision somebody going into this? And let's look at the other pieces. This is better, right, than this. This is a much better piece, actually. Yeah, the only thing you're giving up here is a little bit of accuracy, but you're getting more speed. I guess this has HP percentage. I don't care about the resistance. You don't care about the resistance in Frost necessarily. All right, so this one can go. That's good. This one can go. This one can go. That one can go. Let's look at that. That's pretty good. That one can go. That one can go. This one can probably go too. Yeah. So if you're going to use Frost on somebody, chances are you're going to use it on a tank. So generally you want tanky stats, and tanky stats can be HP percentage, defense percentage, resistance, accuracy, speed, but not crit rate and crit damage. You don't typically need those on this set. Accuracy as a chest plate, maybe, but that's a real stretch. that'd probably be a broken piece. And then you'd want no, you don't want accuracy as substat. You can't have accuracy substat, but yeah, so that's like okay. But then I would probably want HP or defense percentage as substats here. Frenzy set, I don't keep pieces. I just don't keep pieces. I don't roll pieces. I don't want to get trapped into these pieces. Triple crit rate roll. See, these are all trap pieces. You're stuck with these pieces because they've got good substat rolls. But it's like, can you envision who does this go on? 22% crit rate. Right? Minimal attack, minimal crit damage, no speed, no accuracy, not in a damage set. 5 stars. You get stuck with it, right? You get stuck with it. I mean, again, you want to re-roll it and hope for what? Speed? Like, the set sucks. It's such a bad set. I instantly sell every frenzy piece I see so that I don't roll trap pieces. Every single one of these is a trap piece. Every single one of these is a trap piece. This one can go. We'll get rid of that one. The triple crit rate's hard to get rid of. This one is actually decent, so that's not a trap piece. And this one is kind of okay. I think this is a trap piece. But it's a 6-star speed boot, so whatever. You could always use that as a broken set. And that's actually, yeah, so not every one of them is a trap piece. There are a couple of decent ones there, but several of them are trap pieces. Regen. Regen is really easy. Speed and HP percentage. Sometimes you're looking for damage. Every once in a while, like if you're building a solo champion, like a solo Venom Mage or whatever, maybe you want, you need accuracy, but maybe you want damage as well. If you can like get your stats and get damage, it's better if you're building an RTAC. If you can get the crit rate and crit damage, okay. So that's a kind of a tough set to get rid of pieces in. I love Bloodthirst actually, but it's just like Lifesteal. If you're building it, you're building it on a damage dealer, probably an attack-based damage dealer. So you need crit rate on your pieces. If you don't have crit rate, there's no point. There's no point in any pieces without crit rate. So you can get rid of those really easily in both Lifesteal and in Bloodthirst. Resilience, you get a lot of pieces in, and it can be a nice filler set. I actually really like this as a filler set. But I would say every piece needs to have an identity, and it needs to roll really well because you get so many pieces. And I would highly recommend getting rid of all your 5-star pieces if you haven't already rolled them really well. So like this piece, I don't even care if it's perfect. Like it's a 5-star rare piece. It doesn't get looked at. It gets sold at the gate. Same thing with this. Like this, you could maybe roll, but it would have to like triple roll speed or accuracy or 2 in speed and 1 in accuracy or something. So like this rolled the wrong way, right? You need the crit rate there. It doesn't have it. So that piece goes. Same with all the 5-star helmets and stuff. So let's look at all the 5 stars starting here. It's not awful. Doesn't have speed, doesn't have accuracy. Could it work for a defensive based damage dealer? Yeah, you'd be running them pretty slow. That's really marginal. It's kind of a trap piece. If it were a 6-star piece, I would say keep it. But since it's a 5-star piece, I'm going to sell it. This is actually decent. The attack is throwaway, but you rolled twice into crit rate. You got the speed, so that's nice. This double rolled attack, not enough speed. It's only 9, so that's going to go. That's going to go. That's going to go. 4-star is going to go. Look at the 5-star shields. This is a nice piece. This is a very good defensive based damage dealer kind of piece. So I would keep that. That's not bad. I wish it had rolled either double crit rate or double accuracy, but it's actually usable. That's gone. Triple crit rate is okay. Triple accuracy, but no speed. But you've glyphed it. I'll leave it. Defense and HP, I understand. But if you need defense and HP, you either need accuracy, resistance, or speed. That crit rate is a throwaway. It's a 5-star piece. We can chuck it. No, we don't care. Speed and accuracy is good. Nope, rolled the wrong way. Marginal. Marginal. You have better pieces. This is okay. Marginal. 8 speed. 8 speed. No, I don't think you're going to need 8 speed. Attack percentage gauntlets with crit rate, accuracy, and defense. So attack percentage gauntlets generally go on bomb champions, in which case you needed to land that accuracy, and the crit rate is not really good. I would re-roll this and hope. I would reforge this piece and hope for a triple speed roll or a triple accuracy roll or another triple crit rate roll, but in a better main stat. So, you like defense percentage or HP percentage is much more usable than attack percentage. This is not a bad piece. Like, I would roll it up and put it on a Faction Wars champion or something. Flat HP triple crit rate roll with no crit damage, no speed, and no accuracy. That's a rework. I would rework that. It's unfortunate that it's triple crit rate, but I would rework that. That's okay. This is marginal, but it's okay. Sometimes you need a resistance chest piece. This is unfortunate, and I would get rid of it. Unless you don't have any defensive percentage chest pieces. You have this one, which is much better, even though it didn't really roll great. That's a tough one. This could go on... who would this go on? Like Padma or somebody, but she needs accuracy. And speed. Nope. That one's gone. That one's gone. Flat stat. Boots are always gone. Yeah, okay. So it feels like maybe you picked up some forge pieces, just like you just collected them and you hadn't sold them yet. I don't know that I would keep 4-star Frostbite, but Guardian set can be tough to get rid of. I think generally here you need speed and defensive stats, so that could be accuracy, resistance, HP, and defense. Again, every once in a while, maybe you want crit rate and crit damage. So that it's like, as long as something has an identity, you're generally good. I try to get rid of pieces that don't have speed on them, but sometimes speed isn't critical. Usually it is. Anybody who needs to regen, the more often they take a turn, the more they regen. So anything that doesn't have speed, I basically chuck. But everything else, as long as it has an identity, like this has no identity. Unfortunately, it's the only helmet, so I'm not going to get rid of it. But this has no identity, right? It's like, it's attack, and resistance. If it had triple roll resistance, sort of has an identity as a resistance piece, but the attacks are completely wasted. Like, this is a good piece. This is a piece you want to keep. Speed, accuracy, HP. It can roll into any of them. It'd be better if it was HP percentage, but it can roll into any of them once. As long as it doesn't like double or triple roll flat HP, you've got a pretty good piece there. Whereas this one doesn't really have an identity. This is so boring. Feels like every bad telecast. Gear cleanses are boring, but sometimes you need to learn how to do it, and it helps to have somebody walk you through it and talk about it. Every set is different. You have a set of rules for every set. Generally, what I think of as like a way to teach people how to gear cleanse is first, either think of an identity for the piece. It has to roll into that identity. It has to have the ability to roll into an identity. When I mean an identity is this a nuker piece? Is this a cleanser piece? Is this a debuffer piece? Is this a tank piece? Right? Like, so you can think of that as an identity. The other thing you can do is envision champions. Right? Like, does this go on Mithrala? Does this go on Ninja? Does this go on Wukong? Does this go on Artak? Does this go on Deacon Armstrong or Apothecary or Coldheart? And if you can see that going on that champion or a champion like that, then go and say, do I need it? Do I need it on that champion? Gear cleanses are boring. Gear cleanses are tedious. They're awful, and we all have to do it. And so you have to learn sort of the ways in which to do it. And by the way, if you do a gear cleanse differently than I do, great. Do it however it works for you. But this is what we've got here. And so, again, you get into sets like protection, you get a lot of protection pieces. And I would say, you know, I've done videos on gear cleanse, but I think the most important thing is keeping gear that makes sense for your account progression. So even though protection is a highly valuable set, pieces like this, I don't keep anymore. When I get them, I throw them away immediately because I don't want this to become a trap set. Now, it's got 3 nice damage dealing stats. In the protection set, how valuable is that? Low value. You could use it as a broken set, but it's a 5-star piece. It doesn't have speed, right? Doesn't have accuracy. So this could end, you know, I could spend a lot of silver on this and get no value out of it. So I would rather just get rid of it. Now, if it's a 6-star piece, that's different, right? Because now I'm like, okay, it has a chance to be maybe an off piece. And the nice thing about protection as an off piece is you get a stat for every single piece. So maybe you can get to 3 pieces, right? But because it's a 5-star piece, I'm like, let's look at my 6-star pieces. Here's a 6-star piece with crit rate and crit damage, right? This one has attack percentage. This one has HP percentage. That attack percentage is not really going to play. That's not going to make a huge difference versus this HP. So this is the better piece. Let's see if there's another one. All right, so there isn't really another one. So we could roll this up. So I would roll it up right away. And let's see, we're going to need to hit at least crit rate once. So if we miss, probably twice. If we miss on crit rate here. So now best case scenario, we end up with, say, 11% crit rate, which is not enough. Doesn't really give us an identity here. You know, so you can always like explore the roll, but I would probably just get rid of it. You know, I wouldn't bring it in. Same thing with like this, even though this is a, 6-star, like this really has to roll at least double in the crit rate. So there's one. Let's see if we get a triple roll in a crit rate. That would maybe be valuable. So now we got the triple crit rate. So there are 2 things you can do with this. One is you can keep it as a crit rate helmet. This could go on somebody as an off piece, or you re-roll it and you hope for triple speed or triple accuracy or triple resistance, right? And a better mix of stats. But that, at least now that you've rolled it, this is worth keeping in some capacity. This is probably not enough of an identity here. It's a 5-star piece. It doesn't have crit damage. It doesn't have speed. So that one doesn't even get a roll. And all of the 5-star gear for Shock's account is really marginal. Like it has to double or triple roll into the right things. Like I wouldn't keep these. I wouldn't keep any of those. Like you have all of these shields up here that are all 6 stars and they're going to have better stats. So like 5 stars don't make it into my account anymore unless they're literally perfect. Like this is literally perfect. This is a perfect 5-star damage dealing chess piece, right? It's in a weird set, but that's okay. This can be an off piece. This is a piece that deserves to be rolled up. Now, there are basically just a few ways that this can roll to be effective. We need at least 1 roll into crit rate. If we get no rolls into crit rate, it could potentially be used. Like if it's like triple speed, we could still use it. But if it rolls like double crit damage and speed or something, that's like the worst case scenario. So I would probably, you're probably going to end up keeping this anyway, but I would roll this soon to see if it's going to go on somebody. Flat stats, nope. That's another thing we can do here. We could come up here and just do flat stats. So these 3 pieces, you don't keep flat stats unless they're just in rare sets with great, like this. You're like, okay, maybe you need speed. There's a ton of other speed in your thing. I wouldn't have rolled this. This should have been sold. That's a trap piece. That'll be there forever. You will have this piece until the end of time and you'll never use it. No, this one can go. That one's an easy sell. Unless you're going to reforge that. You could reforge that, but either reforge it or get rid of it. Saying, I don't know. This is a trap piece. That one's an easy sell. Quad crit rate on an flat attack boot. Maybe this was a reroll. Maybe you already re-rolled this and this is what it hit and you were hoping for something better. Did you already rework that piece? Let me see. I want to see this piece. Did you rework this already? You did. So this was a quad roll that you had, and you were hoping for something better, and you reworked it, and it landed into this flat attack boot, which is incredibly unfortunate. But there's a potential use here, right? Like you could maybe get this on a damage dealer. So that's really rough, dude. I'm sorry about that piece. That piece sucks. This is a bad piece. I would sell it. That might have been the same thing. Maybe you re-rolled that, but that one's easier to get rid of. That's not good enough. Yeah, that can go. That can go. And even Supersonic, that can go. If Supersonic doesn't have speed as a substat, I basically sell it. So, you know, every set has an identity. And, you know, the new sets are hard to get rid of, like the ones that you don't get that many pieces of. So any of the forge sets like Bolster, you're like, oh, you know, I want to hold on to this. I want to hold on to the Impulse. I want to hold on to the Zeal. But you want to think about the identity of the set. So Bolster, you know, this is a support tank kind of item. So speed, HP percentage, defense percentage, accuracy, and resistance. So these are two good pieces. These are really nice pieces. For the Impulse set, okay, speed and a chance to reduce a random skill cooldown. So this is actually more varied. You could have damage sets here, or you could have support sets here. But in all of them, you know, it's like you need an identity. So this is pretty good. It didn't roll perfectly, but you got 11% crit rate. You got some crit damage and speed. It rolled low for 5 stars. It did roll low, but this set is so valuable that you could probably make this work for somebody. You know, you could probably make this one work for somebody. This could work. This one is tricky. This is the one I probably would have sold, but you know, you have 3 helmets here. This is the least likely to get used, and it didn't really roll well. You'd have to roll like speed and crit rate or something in the next 2 rolls. But obviously when you don't have a lot of these pieces, you hold on to them. You know, but it might be that you have a set where you have a lot more pieces like Supersonic. Supersonic is pretty simple, right? Speed fills this champion's turn meter for each buff on each enemy, decreases turn meter effects are reduced. Turn meter fills cast by the wearer by 30%. So this is for, I mean, the ultimate goal would be to get 9 piece on like an Arbiter or something, right? Like that's how you would want to go. And so that means speed as a substat. So like when you roll something like this, even if it's damagey, it has to be really good to be damagey, because you get no damage stats here. You get no crit rate, no crit damage, no attack percentage, no ignored defense, none of that. So it's not a great damage set. It's really a support set. So if you're going to use it as an off piece, like you could try to get like a 3-piece set and get some speed and HP on like a nuker. I'm not saying you couldn't. Or you could even go for a 4-piece set and try to use this in a particular build, which would be a little bit tricky, but maybe for arena it could work. So like, I'm not saying it couldn't go on a damage dealer. I'm just saying it's going to be a niche damage dealer, and you need to really have a great identity here. So I would keep rolling this piece. Like maybe you land into crit rate again. Speed here. This one is okay. I mean, it didn't roll the right way. This is pretty good. They're actually, most of these pieces are okay. So this is one I would ditch. You don't need that one. And I would roll these 5 stars. I mean, that one's marginal, but I would roll that one and see. And again, I'm going to check the 5 stars first and make sure they have identities. This one's not good. That one's better. This one's not good. And when you have so many of these pieces, like we overvalue the set a little bit because you do get a lot of pieces.
Same thing here. You know, Merciless is a damage dealing set. So like if you get like accuracy and HP and stuff like that's not, you know, that's what you want to avoid. Don't overvalue this set. This is okay. That's not bad. But like this one, right? So a 6-star speed, accuracy, attack, HP. It's not going to give you any damage. It's not going to give you any crit rate. So who does this go on? Maybe as, you know, as an off piece, right? But then this really has to roll like speed and accuracy only. All right, so now it's starting to have an identity. We got 15 speed out of it. Now, you know, could end up being a trap piece, but this at the very least can give you maybe a little bit of attack on a support champion who has an attack-based damage. Like, you're not doing it for damage, but at least the attack bonus won't be thrown out. And potentially you get 3 pieces on someone and you get them a little bit of extra speed, might be valuable. You know, so same thing with these pieces. I would roll them, and you're hoping to roll speed and accuracy or speed and resistance here. This is okay. It does have crit damage. You do get, you know, so many offensive stats here that like this piece could go on somebody who only needs 70% crit rate. So that's an okay piece to keep and try. This is pretty marginal. I don't know that I would keep that. And this, again, this one probably should have gotten sold immediately. Like you don't need those, you know, those pieces just cluttering up and making you have to ask the question, should I roll it? Should I keep it? Like, no, you don't. It's a 5-star rare with no damage stats in a damage set. Whatever. Like if it's an epic, at least you got a chance of a triple roll. With a rare, you don't even have a chance of a triple roll, and it's 5-star gear, right? So for the account level, you really need 6-star gear. The only reason to keep 5-star gear is if it's epic or legendary and can triple roll or can hit more stats, you know? So that kind of stuff can just go. Okay. So, you know, this is how the gear cleanses go on this channel. It's like, I don't do every set. I'm not going to spend, you know, 2 hours here just clearing gear for people. I like to talk about it, get it to a point where it's like, okay, this makes sense. Again, I really like to keep my inventory as simple as possible. So 100% of my life goes, offense goes. I don't keep those sets at all. Accuracy, I'm really, really critical about. I don't keep resistance. I don't keep fury. I don't keep dazed. I don't keep frenzy. I don't keep immunity. I don't keep avenging. And I don't keep curing. All of those sets, I have 0 pieces in, or as close to 0 pieces as I can get. If there's ever a 6-star legendary that's like perfect and I can use it as an off piece, you know, a broken set piece, then maybe. Divine offense, I chuck. Divine life goes. I don't keep it. You know. And then the sets that are like less valuable but could still be used. So for instance, sets like Frost, sets like maybe Shield, Destroy, Toxic, Divine Crit, Resilience, Frostbite. For these, I'll keep pieces, but they need to be very good pieces. So they don't have to be perfect, but they need to be very good pieces that I can imagine putting on somebody. So I kind of have tiers of different, you know, rankings for the sets. And if they're like, I don't use days. I never use days. I will never build a days set. There is no reason for me to ever build a days set. So the only reason to ever keep a piece here is as a broken piece. Right? So it has to be literally perfect to be kept. Whereas a set that has a little bit of use, like Frost, it just has to be very good. So again, no 5-star pieces. I get rid of all my 5-star pieces. 6-star pieces. If it's a 6-star rare, it has to have 2 awesome substats. Preferably it'd be 6-star epic or 6-star legendary only. Good main stats, good substats. And then I keep it. So it doesn't have to be utterly perfect, but it has to be very good. And then sets like Savage, you just keep a lot more stuff because you're going to explore it. You're going to rework pieces, you know, and stuff like that. But again, crit rate on all of my damage sets, good main stats, and try not to roll trap pieces. Hey, Darn, good to see you. Pinelio can use days. Great. Awesome. Build them on your sleepers. I don't use either champion because I think I don't need either champion. But if you're going to build Canelia and you want to put her in a sleep set, a day set, go ahead. Like, but then again, depending on where your account is, how good do the pieces need to be? How good is, you know, it's like you need to really build that champion well. But yeah, I don't use either champion. So, all right, that is it for this one, Jacques. I don't know what we ended up clearing out. We're at 1385. I think you were at like 1435%. I cleared maybe 50 or 60 pieces out. I hope that helped a little bit. Sometimes it just helps to like let somebody else take the burden of the pain and you just look away and let somebody clear the gear. Because here's the other thing about gear, and I really want to emphasize this. I did it in my gear cleanse video. You will never, ever, ever miss a piece of gear that you sell. You'll never sit there thinking, oh man, that double crit rate, double crit damage roll in the accuracy set. Like I'm really missing that piece right now. Like you won't remember. You won't remember. You might think to yourself, I would love some crit rate and crit damage right now, but you won't remember the pieces you sell. You're never going to sell a piece that you would remember fondly. You can literally just go through and chuck 80% of your gear and you would just feel better about it. You know, like, granted, that's not the best way to approach the game. But my point is, like, you can be vicious to your gear and there's very little like emotional repercussion. It's just not going to bounce back on you. So feel free. Like, if you're not sure, if you just look at a piece, like pick any set, maybe a decent set, like pick a stun set. It's a pretty good set. I'm going to look at this shield right here. If I deleted this shield, like, could this potentially be used? Sure. But if I deleted this shield, would Shock ever feel the pain of this? Would he be like, no, Colred, don't sell that? No, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's like, oh, wow, I wouldn't have sold it, but it's gone now. I guess I can't do anything about it. And he's going to move on. You know why? Because he's got 12 other shields in this set, half of which at least are better than the shield set the shield that I just sold. Right? Like this piece. No, I'm selling that one. Bye-bye. Does it hurt? Not in the least. Not in the least. It doesn't hurt Shock. Doesn't hurt me. It won't hurt you. Go ahead and chuck those pieces. Be vicious with your gear, and you'll feel better about your inventory because now he's got 117 spaces to fill back up. And I guarantee you he's going to fill that up in like 3 days. Right? So the spaces are more valuable than the gear. And you get silver. Doesn't hurt me, but it wouldn't hurt me on my account either. I would happily do that on my account. You know, in fact, I do it all the time. I sell gear every day on my account that players who are a year into the game would be like, I would love that piece on my account. Right. But I'm 3 years into the game. Like I get an epic 5-star cruel piece. I don't even look at it. I sell it. I don't care if it's speed, crit rate, and crit damage. It goes out the door before it hits my inventory, right? And people are like, what are you talking about? That's a great piece. It's like, no, it's not. It's 5-star. I don't need it. I don't need the 5-star pieces. I have 100 cruel pieces waiting to be put onto champions. You know, it's like I have a better piece already in my inventory somewhere that's not being used. So, okay. All right, so that is it for Shock's takeover. Thank you, Shock, for letting me tool around on your account. I do appreciate it. Let me see if there are any mystery shards here for you. I got to click some red dots. I always got to click the red dots. You're one of these people. You have all the red dots everywhere. I've taken over Shock's accounts a few times. Usually it's a showcase. But I hope that was actually helpful and maybe some people learned some stuff. I know it's boring. I'm sorry. Maybe you use it as ASMR. Somebody took a nap on me. That's fine. And once again, I will say this. I always sound pissed off when I'm doing gear cleanses. And I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at Shock. I'm not mad at anybody. And I'm not trying to criticize anybody. It's just, it's an unpleasant chore. It's an unpleasant chore. And so the way I get through it is just by being angry at the gear. You know, just be like, you're dead. You're gone. You're out of here. Why are you here? I hate you. Get off. You know, give me silver. I need silver. I don't need you. That's my attitude when I'm doing a gear cleanse. I'm like, I'm literally looking at the gear. I'm like, why are you irritating me right now? You should be gone. You should be rolled. You should be reforged. Why are you here? That's how I feel. Like Adam Sandler in Happy Madison. You know, just angry at everything that doesn't go my way. Okay. I'm not showing off any build, Shock. I'm moving on. I'm going to give somebody else some help. All right. So, quick reminder, if you've never done this before, I'm going to reset the Wheel of Takeover right now. So you need to be a member of my Discord community. So go ahead and join my Discord community if you haven't. Let me also get my camera back. Ooh. All right. So you need to be a member of my Discord community. There's a link in the description of the video. While you're there, hit the like button. Thank you so much. In the Discord, you want to join the Discord in the left-hand column. You just scroll down through the different sections. There's a coaching corner section. In there, there is a channel called Wheel of Takeover. You will see a message from my editor, whose name is Sun. You want to go ahead and react to that message. You can react to it once or 1,000 times. It doesn't matter. You're only entered once. But go ahead and react to that message. We will spin the wheel, and whoever it lands on, then they get the account takeover. Please have your login information ready. I will send you a DM. I want you to DM me your account information right back. I'm also going to give you a role so you can join me in the Coaching Voice channel. And you can... I forgot to give a Shock a roll. You can win one takeover every 90 days. And that's basically it. That's it. So DM me what kind of account takeover you're looking for. And yeah, and that's it. And then we'll get it done. Get it done. Thanks to Colred plays Raid Shadow Legends. Mew did 3 key Ultra Nightmare now and Gold 5 Arena. That is awesome. Super Mew. So you better like the damn videos he makes. I appreciate the support, Super Mew. Super Mew is one of our more idiosyncratic characters in our community. It's always fun to have some variety in life. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate the support, Super Mew. Hi, Colred. Very refreshing channel. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, Diggs. Robert Hewitt is in the house. Michael Wilkes. Yobi Ubinski is here as well. Jacob is back. Jacob. Colred is gangsted today. Michael Vick. I sell too much to get silver. MTG says hi to you, Colred, too. Oh, MTG Jedi is my buddy. I haven't talked to him in a while. We should do another collab. If you talk to him, let him know. I'd love to do a collab with him in the next... Well, not next week, because I'm away. But the following week would be cool. Early August. I like MTG. I actually like all the content creators. Every content creator I've worked with has been fantastic. And they're all really friendly. They're all very helpful. They all like the game, and they all like doing collabs. Like, I haven't had a single person who's like, oh, I got to do a collab. Like, everybody's like, hey, man, how you doing? It's, I love your content. Yeah, let's do this. What do you want to do? So MTG was... I'm trying to remember. He was my first collab, I think. I think he and Jay Giggs were my first 2 collabs. Anthony Wood, good to see you. Am I part of the content creator program? I am not. I've been here for a year. I have almost 9,000 subscribers. I would qualify for the test server. I have applied 4 times to the content creator program. Not even heard a word back. It's irritating. It's irritating because I'm a free-to-play player, and I tell you, as a content creator, trying to be a free-to-play player and use your resources to make content simultaneously is tough. I would have a better account, or I would have more content available if I were part of the content creator program. Did you ever watch other content and said you can do so much better before you begin? I did watch a lot of content. I did not say, oh, I can do so much better. What I thought to myself is I can do something that's not being done in this space right now. I think that the early and mid game gets a little bit left behind by content creators. I think the in-depth teaching of concepts gets a little bit left behind by content creators. So what everybody does, they do well. And I don't necessarily think like I'm not going to be better at doing what Ash does than Ash is. I'm not going to be better at like breaking down stuff, like coming up with creative like Hydra stuff than Nub does. Like I'm not going to be better at Clan Boss than Deadwood Jedi. So I'm not trying to do that. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to bridge the gap between this really dense, like intimidating early and mid game and those content creators. And I don't think there aren't any major content creators that really focus on that. And so I saw a niche that I could fill, and that's why I decided to do it. My problem is being a free-to-player, says Robert. It's not a problem. It's a challenge. I like the challenge. It actually makes it more interesting for me, but it is tougher being a content creator when you're free-to-play. At this rate, maybe Junior might get in the CC club. Yeah. Colred, your video on the turn attack was excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that. Michael Vick says, started playing in January. Best decision I made was starting to watch content creators to figure stuff out. Yeah, it's very helpful. And what I did was I watched a little bit of everybody to see who was doing what. I didn't know the content creators' identities yet. I didn't know what their channels were all about. I've learned a lot from everybody. I've learned a lot from Ash. I've learned a lot from HH. I've learned from Saf and Nub and Deadwood Jedi and MTG and Tyraku. And even more recently, even since becoming a content creator, I still watch guys like Bronco, who's awesome. He comes up with really creative stuff. Odd One, Cold Brew, like all of these guys. I watched Chosen back in the day. And what I would find is I'd find little bits and pieces. And so sometimes if I was looking for an explanation of something, no one content creator would give me the full explanation. So I had to go watch 3 or 4 different videos and then look at the thing in game and be like, oh, all that would come together. And my goal when I was a content creator was to try to pull all that together and put it into one video so that my viewers didn't have to do that and jump around and watch 9 different videos in order to get, what they need. Okay, so we've got enough. We've got enough here. Doc, I'm going to move you on, buddy. All right. So, yeah. I hope everybody has reacted that wants to react. I'm going to spin the wheel. Here we go. Plarium wants me to use my voucher before it's gone. I'm not spending money, Plarium. It's not going to happen. Let me see how far my chair has sunk. Oh, about 2 inches. I really need to replace the chair. I tried going back to the stool. The stool is just too hard. And, you know, I sit here for a long time. And so, like, the stool's good for like an hour. But after an hour, I just get sore. And so I went back into the chair, but the chair is old. The office chair is old, and it just slowly sinks over time. And so, like, I'll start up here, and then by, you know, 2 hours into the takeover, I'm like down here. Who's our winner? Okiades. I believe Mel, I believe you won before, didn't you? It's been a long time, I think. But let me see. I think you won before, didn't you? You won back in May. On May 28th, you won. So you're within the 90-day window, buddy. So no, I'm sorry. You're within. You can only win once every 90 days. So it's too soon. You can win again in September. Yeah, actually, maybe the very end of August, you could win again. Yeah, the end of August, you could win again. Well, balls. I knew it had been some time. Yeah, it's only been about 60 days. Sorry. All right, so we're gonna respin. We got to go back. I'm going to just let people keep reacting. So you can just keep reacting. I'm not going to delete the reactions. So Mel, hopefully Mel doesn't win again. And we are going to go ahead and spin this wheel again. Did we seriously just roll milk again? That's insanity. That's crazy. That's not right. Let me try one more time. This is really interesting. I wonder if the wheel. Wonder if I have to reset the wheel. Or if that was just chance. That is crazy that we had like, I don't know, 100 entries and we rolled the same wheel back, the same name back to back. Let me try again. Okay, Freck Z Alpha Ghosts. Freck Z just won. Congrats. That is crazy that Mel got back-to-back wins. Dude, I hope you didn't use all your luck. It's only been 60 days. You're like, man, I really need another takeover. It's like, if you had just waited 30 days, you could have got another one, and then another 90 days, you could have got another one. Okay, we've got our winner here. Let me get started. Got the information coming in. All right, Freck, tell me a little bit about what you would like done today. And congrats, this is a new winner. This is a completely new winner, somebody who hasn't won before. It's always good to get a new takeover in here. Account level 88, and you got a cool, you got one of the cool avatars. Siege avatars. That's nice. I guess you won your siege. Let's see, logins. We're looking at Gerda Bogbrew. I think that's about a year. And I want to say, I think this is the second legendary you get. So maybe like 18, 20 months in, something like that. All right. Let's look at your roster. 6 stars. Let's count them. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's 63. That's 9 across here because I don't have the full screen up. If it's a full screen, it's 10 across. So that's 63, 64, 5, 6, 66. 66 6 stars. You did get Wixwell. That's pretty awesome. Ooh, you've got Acklin or Aslin or Aislinn. I don't know how to pronounce it. Got him. Got Islin. Is that a second arbiter? Yeah, it is a second arbiter. You got a Geo down here. Some good champs. Rathalos. You got a Hierophant. Lazarius. That's really nice. You got your Mithrala. Emic. Beautiful. Armons. Artak. Wukong. Newt. You got a Dracomorph. You got your Carl. Lady Kimmy. I love Lady Kimmy. You got a Hefrak. You got a Regash, which is beautiful. You got your Seeker and your Deacon. Wow. 5-star Godseeker and Eerie. That's nice. You got your Demitha. I imagine you're all set with Clan Boss. Just need the Faction War for today. And more so Hydra or Dungeon. Okay. Faction War for today. Let's go look at the Faction War for today. Your Dwarf Crypt is done. Your Skinwalker Crypt, you're short. So everybody is pretty far advanced, but Skinwalkers is, we need to get stage 21 here. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at the team you currently have. Okay, that feels good to me. It's damage heavy, but you've got Hoferes for revive. So let's go ahead and just look at your Skinwalkers. So Hoferes is not built, but he is booked. And he's got your revive. Let's see how the others are built. Regash is not built. That's decent. That's a decent build. It's a little bit low on accuracy here. Okay, damage-wise, but a little bit low on speed and accuracy. Regash is an amazing champion, by the way. I used to run mine in Relentless, and I loved him, and I've recently rebuilt him in Savage, and oh my god, I love him so much more now, even more than when he was in Relentless. He hits so hard. He is such a good champion, and he's got a really cool kit for a damage dealer. Just do all the faction wars that you don't have so you're prepared for this week. Okay. You're going to try to get them all done this week and get your Lydia. That would be cool. Okay, Fane is not built. Hoferes is not built. So you only have 2 built champions, but you have the champions you need. So are you okay with me? I would like to rebuild the Wukong. Are you okay with me rebuilding Wukong? If you don't want me to rebuild Wukong, I'll just try to make it work with what he's got. But we might be able to get him into a faster, more accurate build, which would help you out in Arena, but would also allow you to use him in other content like Hydra and stuff and do pretty well there. He's in your Arena, yeah. Okay. So, let let's just take it. Let's start there. I'm not going to touch Leorius. We'll leave him be because he's in pretty good shape. But let's go ahead and look at what we've got here. So okay. Crit damage with crit rate and speed, that's a pretty good piece. Attack percentage with crit rate, that's a pretty good piece. Not a lot of speed. No speed substat there. No roll here. No roll here. One roll there. No speed at all there. Triple speed. That's a pretty good banner for him. So that's good. Let's see if you have any. You have some Slayer pieces. Okay, so we could use a Slayer ring if we needed to. That would give us. Slayer gives us 5% crit rate. So that's potentially something that we can use if we need it. All right, so what I'm going to do for Wukong really is, he does double duty, right? He has a buff strip with a block debuffs, which is incredibly important, and then he hits really hard. So you want to emphasize both rolls. So your damage can come from stats. If you can fit Cruel or Savage or something in there, that's great. Usually I use Perception as a way to get him, some extra speed and accuracy. And I don't use like a speed set or anything, but I would say the best set, my favorite damage set for him, if you have it, is Instinct. Because this gives you 12% speed plus the 20% ignore enemy defense. So he needs that speed because he buff strips. So if you had like Instinct and Perception, that would be a beautiful pairing to give you speed, accuracy, and damage in the ignore defense. Now, it's not critical that you get Instinct on him. He can hit really, really hard with just Perception. Like, you could build him in 3 sets of Perception, and he would actually do really well. He won't hit as hard. But, like, for instance, let's say you got him, an extra 30% crit damage, but you're putting him in Perception. That might just equal out. It might be pretty close, except for, like, up against tanks and stuff. So we're gonna see, yeah, it doesn't look like you have much Instinct. Let's take a quick look at your board. Okay. All right, so we're just gonna see what we got. We're gonna see what we got in whatever sets are available. So we're gonna hold on to this gauntlet. I think this gauntlet is pretty good. So let's see what you have in Cruel with the substat of speed and crit rate. Nothing jumping out at me as a must-have. This is pretty good. But we're going to lose a little bit of speed there, but we lose crit rate, but actually just it doesn't really affect us. It would give us another Cruel set, which gives us a little bit more attack and ignore defense. Maybe. Let's see about the Perception set. That's nice. We already have a pretty good weapon. All right, let's roll this one. I'd like at least one roll into crit rate here, maybe 2 if we could get it. Like 2 in a crit rate, 1 in a speed would be perfect. 1 in each wouldn't be bad either, or maybe 2 in a crit rate. So that would be nice. Right away, we lose 5 speed there. We can kind of get that back on the glyph, but we do get the accuracy boost, which is really nice. But maybe we'll use that. Maybe I'll roll one of the. Maybe I'll roll this one. Just see. So we've got a couple of options. I like this one. It's got 20%. All right, let's see about the shields. Gauntlets, chest piece, boots. All right, so I'm going to do something. We were talking about this earlier, but I want to show this again. This is kind of ironic because we were already looking at. I can hear the baby crying. We were already looking at this tool with Wukong, right? So I'm going to throw in this attack number, right? This current attack number is 5458, and we're going to see how much crit damage we need. And so it says we'd need more. Oh, let me put in the crit damage. The crit damage is 225. And so you can see here, it says the critical damage goal for efficiency would be 244. So originally, you were rocking over 6,000 attack and 219 crit damage. But it's like, it's not as efficient. Now, would more attack hit harder? Yes, even if it's not super efficient. But what you can see is we really need to boost the crit damage more than we need to boost the attack number. So if we can get better speed, here we've picked up 35 speed. We've picked up 6% crit damage, and we've picked up 40 accuracy, right? Those numbers are worth the trade of roughly 600 attack. Plus, we're going to glyph some of that attack back. So we're going to end up with more than this. And so let's go ahead and we'll see what your glyphs look like. So let's do 4-star glyph there. Let's throw some speed on. That was bad. Wow. That was unkind. We did end up with a 4-speed. All right, and then let's roll this one. We'll get some attack on there. Nice. The defense doesn't matter that much for Wukong. Let's go ahead and ascend these boots as well. Attack percentage is okay for now. Is that the dog? The dog's coming. He's looking for some. Let's go ahead and roll these up in case we roll into crit damage. Defense. It's fine. Okay. So here we're picking up almost 40 speed, 39 speed. We could probably get more out of more glyphs. Let's look at that chest piece as well. Let's just see if there is, in fact, a attack percentage chest piece somewhere. Crit rate and speed. That piece. Nothing's jumping out. So we'll leave that off piece for now. But that's a nice improvement. This Wukong will hit a little bit harder probably, or about the same. He'll probably hit around the same. Maybe even a little bit weaker because we did lose 600 attack and we only picked up whatever it was, like 6 or 9% crit damage or whatever. But with the additional accuracy and the additional speed, you will get more damage out over the course of the fight. And you'll get a better chance to the buff strip. So I think that's much better. That's much healthier. I would even love to see this accuracy pushed higher. I'm trying to decide if you want to put him in the revenge piece or not. I would probably roll this. See if this rolled accuracy. This would give you a little bit more crit damage. Let's roll this one just to see. I have mine. I have my Wukong in revenge. I think he's got 2 revenge amulets, but that didn't roll. I would probably take this one up. That was a nice friendly amount. That was only 1.1. And this will give us another 7% crit damage, and we can let's do that. Give us a 7. 4. Okay, so this is going to give us another 7% crit damage, 2 more accuracy, a little bit of that attack back. Might also be worth a send, actually. Okay. All right, so a little bit harder hitting, maybe, and definitely better at buff stripping. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at our other skinwalkers. So Ragash needs damage and accurate. Sorry, folks. I just did this. I did this whole thing while looking at that screen. I apologize. That's because I'm not on the right tune. Yep. I did it. All right. So these are the new stats. All right. So we dropped down from about, I think it was about 6,000, maybe 6,100 attack down to 5,600. We jumped up from 170 speed about, I think, 172 speed or something to 211. We got the crit damage from, I think it was like 220, maybe 218 or something like that to 232. And our accuracy went from, I think it was around 220 to 274. It was like 222 or something to 274. So we picked up a lot of stats for a trade of just about 550 attack. So that's what we got. But I think he's in a good spot. We do still have this chess piece that we could potentially swap out for a cruel chess piece in the future. We could get a little more speed on him, it looks like, a little more accuracy if we wanted to glyph that piece, which wouldn't be a bad idea. I would probably glyph this accuracy at the very least. I would glyph both the speed and accuracy. Accuracy 7, speed 1. Come on, the speed 4. There you go. So 215 speed. That's a beautiful place for him to be. I wouldn't mind him at like 225. That's a really nice place to be because you really want him faster than your other nukers. So let's go ahead and look at arena real quickly because you said you use him in arena. So you are in gold 5. That's great. Let's refresh this page. Let's look at somebody a little bit easier. Maybe this. So he is your nuker. Okay. I would actually suggest this. I would say with this team, you don't need to run both Armands and Lazarius. I don't think you need to run both. I think you run one or the other. You either go first into crowd control or you go first into another turn meter filler. So what you could do here instead is, let's say you can swap out whoever you want and like you could switch back and forth. You can play with it, but you could do this instead and then bring in this, have a second nuker. And I know like he does better on go second teams, but this gives you another option. You could even, you could do this if you wanted. Or, you could go the other route and do Armands into Wukong into, this. And that way, or if you were coming up against a Wukong or a UDK that you really hated, you could do this. Right? And now you've got the block passives with the secondary nuker there in Ronda. Or you can bring in this. He actually pairs. So Hefrak really pairs well with Wukong because Wukong he dies really easily, right? And he's meant to die because he comes back. So you can set off Hefrak's, passive. So this can be really nice. You can even do this on a team that's not a go first team. So if you wanted to, you could do something like this because you want him to get hit. You want Wukong to die. You want Hefrak to go. And then all you need to do is, and maybe in the first spot, put this, or you could do something like this, or you could do something like, and you could do that. You could do that. Would be kind of fun and crazy. You could do a bunch of things. You could even leave Wukong in the lead just to get that extra speed buff. And then maybe put like if you have a reviver in Stone Skin. I don't know if you have a good reviver in Stone Skin, but you could put a reviver in Stone Skin at the back of this team. Like I guess maybe it would just be like that, or something. And then it's like if Hefrak is in Stone Skin, Wukong gets killed. Leorius doesn't die because he has his unkillable. Hefrak counterattacks with his passive. Wukong comes back from the dead. Leorius doesn't die anyway. You get to nuke with everybody, and just in case that doesn't work, you got Scylla the Drake sitting here in in the Stone Skin, and she can revive somebody. And Wukong will keep coming back. So, you could do something like that too. But I would say, like the team that you were running, like this team, I'm sure this does very well. And there's no reason that you have to do this. The only thing that I'm thinking about with this is that I don't think you have a decreased defense or a weaken on this, do you? So you don't have a decreased defense or a weaken. So Wukong's not going to hit as hard as he could. So, this is why I don't think you need the Armand, or you don't need the like if Armand's is fast enough and Arbiter just goes into Armand's does all the crowd control you need. He'll strip Stone Skins. He'll do all that stuff. And then basically you're all set and you can just Wukong, right? Or, you could always get rid of that and then bring in, who's like your drop defense champ. I mean, he's a drop defense champion, but Deacon certainly could play the role. He gives you that second turn meter fill plus the drop defense. So now you've got the increased attack, the drop defense. You got 3 turn meter fillers. I might even, in this case, again, I would use him as the buff strip, and I would bring in another nuker. Like I would do this. I think this is a really powerful combo. If he's not fast enough, you could certainly use Lazarius, and then you would, use again Wukong as the nuker and the buff stripper, and bring in somebody who is, a drop defense champion that's a little bit slower. You could do that. But anyway, I mean, you're fine. You're in gold 5. You're in gold 5. Okay. Let's go back to Skinwalkers. All right, so Hofrees just needs to be tanky and survive. And since we're bringing mostly offensive champs, like he's the only support, what I would highly recommend is putting him in a bolster set or a shield set. If you're going to bring a shield set, probably shield set and immortal set, because there's not a lot of heals on this team. And if he dies, you can't get the 3-star, right? So he needs to stay alive. He can do it at level 50. You don't need to 6-star this guy, but you need him in a very tanky set. And I would like to add tankiness to the team. So if we have bolster, I would go for bolster. It doesn't look like we have bolster. So we're just gonna try a shield set and maybe an immortal set. So let's see what we have here. Okay. We want him tanky. Speed is good, but let's start with let's see if we have any HP. We don't have any HP pieces. Oh, we do. Okay, we do have a couple. We have that. We have the boots. We don't have speed, so we're going to just take this. It doesn't matter with the crit rate. We just want HP. We want that shield to be nice and chunky. Let's see if there's a defense percentage. That's great. It's got some speed on it, double roll speed. That's beautiful. Let's see if we have speed boots. That's got HP resistance and defense. That's not bad. That's more damagey. So we could certainly try those. And then we just need one of these pieces, preferably with speed and HP percentage. See if we have any of those. Just that. Speed is good. Defense percentage is nice. Resistance is okay. Resistance and accuracy. I don't think he needs accuracy. I don't think he lands. Does he land a debuff? Stun. He does have the increased attack and increased crit rate. I forgot about that. So we want him fast. We want him to actually go pretty fast. We might not use a mortal set. We might use the speed set. Do we want to put anybody else in shield? I mean, we could put Fane in shield, but she has such a small HP pool. I think it's got to be Hoferes. Like his 50, level 50 HP. Like look at his base HP, 14.7. Look at hers at 60. It's 13.7. So he's got more HP at 50 than she has at 60. We could certainly try putting, like, we could put Regash in it if we went damage, but I don't think so. I think we'll just go Hoferes. We'll be fine. Okay, so if we do that, then let's go for maybe some speed. See how fast we can get him. That's not a bad piece. Let's roll. Let's see if we can get a little bit more speed into something. Hit speed for me. Hit speed twice right now. Sorry. Unfortunate. Not this one. Speed. I mean, if this rolls into crit rate, it won't be bad. But if it rolls into resistance, like it's going to, you got to be kidding. Gotta be kidding. All right, what about divine? Do we have divine speed maybe? All those pieces are taken. I guess we could do a shield. That shield isn't... Oh, that is fast. I hate when I do that. Clicking too fast. All right, so I think we're doing this. I guess we could look at perception. If there's fast perception. I wouldn't mind using 5 stars or like 6-star rares. That's 13 speed. Let's prioritize this. High speed, high. 8 speed. Speed, HP, and HP. That's good. That's what we want. Let's upgrade this. HP percentage or speed would be good for the rolls. Nice. Go speed, please. Give me speed one time. Damn it. Might not be bad, though. Let's see if there's a better one. This one is resistance. We're getting tournament points for you. Okay, so there are some champs we can take gear from. Yeah, let's do this. We want substats of speed and HP percentage. That's what we... You gotta be kidding me. All right, one. Boot. Okay, so I think we're going to take that. And as far as the helmet's concerned, let's get speed. 10 speed. Gets us to 167. If we roll this up, we get another 39. That gets us to 207. Let's see about chess piece that has HP percentage and a speed subset, maybe in this set. Or do you use is Maneater part of your clan boss team? Is he speed tuned? I can take gear from Maneater. Okay. $228 with no glyphs and no banner. That's pretty good. 32,000 HP is not bad. We can certainly increase this. Maybe we'll get a quad roll speed. Get a quad roll speed. HP is okay. Like that. All right. So that gives us a decently tanky Opharies here. Not a lot of accuracy. Not a lot of, yeah. If we can't get it done, we might end up glyphing him some more stats. But for right now, we're just gonna keep him because we got to rebuild a bunch of champions. So we're gonna go for this. Let's see if we can get some damage onto Ragash. So I'm gonna start here with the actually let's start with the gauntlets. Crit damage with crit rate. Speed would be good. Accuracy is good. Savage is best. Resilience is not awful. Perception's not bad either. Probably wouldn't do supersonic unless I had to, but it's not too bad. Right now, let's look at the Savage. All right, let's do a substat of speed. See, that narrows it down a little bit. We could also do the speed set. There was a speed set one too, right? And that did roll into crit rate. And it has defense as a substat. Let's take that one. Let's take that one for now. And let's go chess piece, substat, crit rate, primary, defense. Let's see what we've got here. We might be going back to that Savage piece. Perception. He lands a decreased defense, so you do need some accuracy on him. And we also want him to be kind of fast. If he's faster than everybody else, that's like not Opharies, but if he's faster than everybody else, that's good. Actually, he could be faster than Opharies. That'd be okay. Let's see about that. All right. Again, this is not like an arena nuker. We're just going for... Oops. We're just going for the stats we need here. That's nice. Crit rate. Triple crit rate there. With defense percentage. This has accuracy and defense percentage. Let's see if we can get it with that. And then let's go here. We're looking for substats of speed and crit rate. And actually accuracy. Let's see if we can get all three. Here's perception. We really need crit rate rolls, though, unfortunately. That's better. That's actually very nice. All right. Drop the accuracy and see what we can do for divine speed and perception. This is nice. 11% crit rate. I don't know if he has masteries. Let's see if we can get some crit rate roll here. Oh. Same thing that happened over here. This might roll into crit rate again. Let's go ahead and take that up. We need it at 6 stars anyway. Accuracy is good though. We'll take that. And this might roll into crit rate. So let's go ahead and roll this. If we get at least one roll into crit rate would be nice. Maybe a double roll and we're solved. And we are. Look at that. That is beautiful. So I think this got 17. That's got 16. Let's go ahead and take that. 100% crit rate, only 152% crit damage, but we can boost this all the way. Accuracy, beautiful. Go ahead and take this up, see if we get crit damage. Attack percentage, which is not helpful, but okay, so we'll leave that there. Let's go ahead and look at these pieces. Actually, let's look at all 3 pieces. Let's see, is there anything? There's Slayer. Revenge, Stone Skin. Okay. Let's go ahead and just make sure he's got crit damage with accuracy. That would give us 14% more accuracy and 7% more crit damage because this is 6-star though. So let's see what. I guess it doesn't have accuracy as a substat. That's enough accuracy. I think 276 is probably enough for where we are. This is actually a pretty good place. So let's just go ahead and equip all that. Masteries, crit damage. He's got some stuff. We can do this, definitely. Now, you can go down the defensive tree with him. I like to go down the accuracy side of the support tree. Yeah, I tend to prefer here, and then I go for Master Hexer for that. You can also, if you want, you can try for the Lasting Gifts, because he gives a strengthen and increase speed and perfect fail. So you could actually go in both directions, and you could actually do Cycle of Magic. So you could use quite a bit from here. So you could do like this, this, come here, go here, and Master Hexer. Go just boom, boom. If you're going to use them for Arena, you can use Helm Smasher. I like to use them everywhere, so I tend to put them in War Master. But so this is going to be pretty good. That's a nice build. And we got Leorius built. And so now we just need Fane. I'm actually tempted to bring in Bamboos at 50. I think we're going to stick with Fane. But she doesn't need to, she just needs to debuff. She doesn't need to do damage. We have more than enough damage. So the thing that she's going to bring in is that decreased defense and weaken and a little bit of turn meter reduction on her A1. So, you know, poisons, decrease attack, decrease defense. So she can actually be built tanky and accurate. All you really need here is some speed and accuracy. Crit rate and crit damage is great. Accuracy is important. So let's try this. We're not building for clan boss, but we are building for a boss. We're building for stage 21 of the faction crypt. So here and here, what I would probably go for is, actually, let's just do this. Let's go for HP percentage here or defense percentage here. Substats, speed, and accuracy, and crit rate. Let's see if we can get all 3. We can't. That's okay. Let's see what we've got in terms of this. And speed set. That's a nicer damage piece for her, actually. So we'll do that. For this, I would probably go. I mean, I would probably just go crit rate for her glove. And then we don't need any crit rate there. We just need speed and accuracy up there. We need something in the speed set. Crit damage could be nice. More speed could be nice. More accuracy could be nice. Let's try that one. That one's nice. And then get her a little tankier. 610, 610. Accuracy and speed is what we. I'll take it anyway. 283 accuracy should be enough. Let's roll this up. Perfect. 198. We'll take this all the way up, and that'll get us over the hump. Crit damage at 80% crit rate. Let's see. We go all the way up on this. Yeah, we get it. So let's do that. That's friendly roll. 101. We've got the crit damage. We've got the 300 accuracy. We need 214 speed. Still low on defense there. But we've got a decent HP pool here at over 40K. What I would probably do is I would look at these and just see what she's wearing. Ring, that's good. I would stick with that. Crit damage is, yeah, good accuracy. What about her banner? Attack with speed. I would, I mean, I don't want to lose too much speed, and that's good speed there, but let's see if we can find something that's either HP or defense with good speed on it. That's got 17 speed. That's actually faster. .11 speed. I might take, yeah, I would probably take this one instead. Gives you almost 4,000 more HP. You lose 9 defense, but we'll actually get that back. So let's go ahead and take that one. So a little bit, we want her to be decently tanky because she's the most likely to die. All right. Is that everybody? I think that's everybody. Now, we want the defense. Okay. That's probably what we want with that. All right, I'm going to run this. I'm going to let it go on auto, and I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back, and we'll see what happens. I swear to God, I hit auto. I don't know what happened there. I'm having technical challenges today. I'm having some technical challenges today. I tell you about the sleeping thing. I overslept this morning. I'm on the overnight with the baby, so I'm with the baby until like 6 a.m. And so I went to bed at 6:30 a.m. this morning, and I slept through my alarm for an extra hour. And so I got up like 45 minutes before the stream started. So I was like, I had to do all the things. I had to take the dog out. I had to brush my teeth and get ready and change and stuff. Had to have breakfast. All right, so we may just manual the end of this here. So Wukong, we want Wukong to. He already used this. All right, no, I should have. All right, so we have the HP level swapping, which is annoying. Go ahead and stun that guy. I want to strip those buffs. There we go. Fortunate. Now, if Wukong dies, that's okay. Leorios will block his own death. So we can't have Hofaries die. Can we kill the boss or the boss go? Those poisons be enough? Nope. Okay. Let's try again. I think we're close. So I'm going to manual my way through this. Increase attack. That's why we speed tuned. Steal some turn. I want to make sure that Paragon doesn't use his thing, so we're going to do that. We also want to take as little damage as possible. So these three are all buffers on the right, so I'm trying to kill this guy on the left. I will use that. We're going to leave that for boss fight. The Reviver is not in regen. The Reviver, I was originally going to do Immortal and Shield. But I'm hoping that we needed him to be fast because he has the increased attack. Right? So he has the increased attack and increased crit rate. So we wanted that to go first. And I'm hoping that the shield is enough. But you're right. We might have to go back and switch it into Immortal. Let's get that weaken and decrease defense on boss. Now the boss steals buffs, right? Which is it here? The A2. So let's block debuffs. Even if the boss steals buffs. I'll go ahead and do that. Okay, so we did get debuff pretty heavily there. I didn't realize the debuff spread effect, so we might have to do that a little bit differently. Now we have a block debuff. Let's just keep hitting the boss. Let's see. We have to kill these ads in order to do more damage to the boss. Ouch. That sucks. Did no damage at all. What did I miss? There was something going on there. I mean, did literally no damage. Oh, screw you. Fear is at the worst time. The boss is going to swap health here. But nobody has 100% health, right? Everybody's kind of low on health. So he's probably going to swap from Ragash here. No, went for that instead and did not swap health. So we can kill the boss right now. We've got it. There we go. 3 stars. Boom. And done. Now, this team can probably farm this just fine. You know, it's not going to be fast, but it could probably farm this just fine. You could put it in the AI maybe, or just let it run. But it's not going to 3-star it, right? It's not going to 3-star it unless you manual it. So you got it done. And that's nice. There you go. Got those 3 stars. Now, it looks like, you know, the next ones that you're going to need are Undead and Demon Spawn. Demon Spawn is not as bad. Undead is tough. So I'll take a quick look at Undead. And let's see what you have there. Okay, sounds good. Let me see. So there is an issue with Undead in that you have 2 waves. One has, I think it's like double Valkyrie Martyr, and then one's like double Martyr Valkyrie or something. Like you got a lot. So they have buffs. They have counterattack buffs and shields and stuff. And you need a way to deal with that, and that's kind of tricky. So you need a buff stripped champion of some kind. So let's just look for negative effects, remove buffs. So Gorgrab's buff removals is A1. It's only a 50% chance, 75% chance of 1 buff on his A1. He's really good for faction crypts. Like, I would probably use him just because he's a great reviver. Well, not a great reviver, but he's an AoE reviver. And he's got, you turn meter fill, your increase attack. So I would use him anyway, but he's not enough. And I don't think this has a 50% chance of removing 1 random buff from each target. It is an AoE, which is not bad. And he's another reviver. So he gives you a backup revive. She is an AoE on every skill, and this has a 65% chance of removing 1 random buff from each target. So since you have the reviver, I might use her. She can also block active skills. What I might try, honestly, and this is your, this is your choice. You need something like this, or you have to go like with all CC. So let's just see if there's like another route we can go with undead. You go fast enough and you can CC everybody or nuke everybody out. Block debuffs buff on allies. That's nice. Decreased speed. Removes all debuffs from all allies. Heals. Blood Gorged is a poisoner, isn't he, or something? What? No, he ignores defense. And it's a block revive, though. That's nice. This could be... This might help. To put each target's skills on cooldown. That might help. Aura gain doesn't... She steals buffs from a target ally. That's not bad. Now, obviously, Rotos is very strong, but he's a single target damage dealer, which is a little bit tricky. Seeker can help with the provoke if you can land the provoke. If he's got enough accuracy, which he currently does not. You want him fast and accurate, so he would need a rebuild. But he's gonna feature in your team because you need speed. Let's see if there's I looked at let's look at Steel's buffs. Okay. So it's one enemy. And True Fear on everybody else. Decreased turn meter of all enemies. Fills a turn meter. So she's awesome. She's got the speed. So she's your aura lead. This gives you some heals. All right, so, I mean, what it looks like right now, let's go to dungeons. Is there a team here I can delete just to show you a concept? Can I get rid of the, let's send level 25. Like, can new team 6 go? Or new team 9? Can one of these teams go? New team 11. New team 15. Crack, are you there? Crack may have stepped away. All right, so let's go do this in a potion keep. Borsky. You can figure that out. You can redo that easily enough. All right, so what I would do here is probably what I would start with, just because you don't have to do a lot of rebuilds, is I would probably start with something like this. It gives you 2 level 60 damage dealers. You get a reviver. You're going to need potentially Gorgorab at a slightly better place, right? Like get them all the way up to 50 at least. So you got the AoE nuke, you've got the single target nuke, you've got the provoke, you've got the 2 turn meter fillers, and the speed aura. So you're going to be going pretty fast. She gives you a buff strip, and the nice thing is, when you get to the waves with the multiple counterattack champions, if you can strip one champion, you can single target attack everybody, and everybody here has single target attacks. So you're just kind of trying to survive through. Now, this team lacks healing, right? So there's a little bit of a heal from Gorgorab. I think Morgaine, does she have one little heal? No, she has a anti-heal. Increased speed. No, so she doesn't have any healing. So all we're getting is that little heal from Gorgorab. Now, you could try it without the reviver, and you could go with Mausoleum Mage, who is fully booked and fully leveled up. I would definitely, he's got a blessing. I would pick a blessing and get the HP on him, because that first blessing gives you 4,500 HP. So I would do that. And he gives you a better heal, which is a cleanse. And is a turn meter fill and stuff, but he doesn't have the revive, right? He does have a block debuffs. He does have an increased crit rate and increased defense, which could be nice. Like Seeker's increased defense is a passive that doesn't really always work. So you could try him instead of Gorgorab. The decreased speed on the A1 would be nice. We do have a decreased speed here as well. You're kind of doubling up on that. So we've got 2 provokes. We've got an AoE stun. We've got the single target nuke. So I do think like you could bring in either one of the twins here. That would probably be fine. Now, this is an option as well, because he has a potential to steal a buff. It looks like 1 buff from... But it's an AoE, right? One buff. No, I'm sorry. It puts 1 of each target's skills on cooldown. So with the turn meter increase, like if you're going fast enough, right, between Oella and Seeker, let's say, you're probably going fast enough that you could get this out there before the wave goes and potentially put the counterattacks on cooldown. But, you know, the thing about Valkyrie is I think Valkyrie only has 1 skill. So for Valkyrie, you'd be guaranteed to put her shield on cooldown, because this doesn't have a cooldown. So you'd be guaranteed to put her counterattack on cooldown. And if you could burn through them fast enough, then you wouldn't have to worry about it. So you have some options there, and they're pretty good options. Now let's just look at the builds and see how those champions are built. Well, that's good speed. I don't know if she has enough accuracy. Let's go ahead and check. Let's check the accuracy here. So here we're going to come back to Hell Hades, and we're going to go back up to the tools section, and we're going to go to the raid stages tool. And we're going to go to faction wars. We are in the undead crypt. And we are on stage 21. You can actually see the waves here. So it's 3 Valkyries. The first stage, okay, there's no martyrs here. For some reason, I thought there was a martyr here. Maybe that's on stage 20 or something. But there's the 3 Valkyries. Oh, no, they are martyred. These are martyrs right here. 2 martyrs there. Okay. They have the wrong portrait, but those are martyrs. So 2 martyrs and then 3 Valkyries. Now you need 245 accuracy. You need 245 accuracy. So even though the boss is only 225, the Valkyries are 245. So that means here you need to increase her accuracy. So if you can get a banner on her that has accuracy, you actually gain speed here. I don't know if she's speed tuned, but this would get you over the 240 mark, right? So you'd be good there. Because right now she's at 205 and you might miss. So this would be a quick fix, and that would give you the accuracy for her. You'd want his potentially you want his provoke available, but I don't know if he's clan boss speed tuned, then you're not going to change him. Husk needs to be built. You know what? If he's so slow and if he doesn't have the accuracy, maybe you don't run him. Maybe you don't run Seeker. I love Seeker, and I think he's awesome in this crypt, and he's awesome in a lot of places. But you could run the twins instead, right? Because Gorgorab gives you the increased attack and the turn meter fill. It's 15% instead of 30%. It's not as frequently. Like Seeker does it every other turn, which is awesome. He gives you that extra chance to remove a buff, and he gives you the revive. Plus, now you get 2 heals. Like you bring in that second healer, you get the increased defense, you get the block debuffs. A second decreased speed. You could try that and not the Seeker. If everybody else is fast enough, I mean, he's going to have to build. So, again, you can look at the Raid Stages tool and look for the speed. So you come here and you're looking at the speeds. This is 104. This is 93. This is 165 on the boss. So do we have a speed aura? We have a 19% speed aura. And what we want to do is we want to go twice per round. We want to go twice before they go. Right? You want to go 2 times before the enemy goes. So that would mean running at 213 speed, but with the speed aura of 19%, you could probably run you could run around 197. 196 maybe. Something like that. Probably 190, because like Gorgorab, I don't think is super. I don't think these guys are super fast. Their base speeds are kind of slow. 97, 92 here, 97, 98, 90. So when you get 18% or 19% on the speed aura, really here you're getting about 17 speed. So it's like you need to run them faster. Now, I don't know if he's not completely built or if this is the build, but I would definitely, like if you don't want to run him faster, you don't have to. You don't have to change everybody. But I would say your turn meter filler specifically needs to be fast. Now, right now, Seeker's running too slow anyway. So if he's speed tuned, you're not changing his speed. And Noella's not, she's giving you a 20% turn meter fill and an increased speed buff. So maybe you could even run these champions at like 185 or something like that. And that might be enough to give you 2 turns. You could kind of experiment with that. Let's actually see. Who do we have built? Nobody's fast enough. Nobody's fast. Seeker's fast enough. Where could we take them? We'd have to take them into Doom Tower. Yeah. Well, anyway, you can experiment and see who's fast enough and what your speeds are. So the first thing I would do is I would go into the faction with her as a lead and say Seeker as a thing. Let her do her speed boost and see if you get to him, comfortably enough to go twice. And if you lap the enemy, then kind of your speed targets. Like the 181 might be enough. And you would want that for these. So, you have these 7 champions, I think, are everything that you need. But we've got to find the right mix. And it may be that just for the boss, you need Gorgorab. Now, I don't remember which boss this is. I don't remember which color the final boss is, right? Because there are 5 different color bosses. So here we had the purple boss. So you can kind of see here, like not the faction. I'm sorry, not the affinity, but up here, there's that little symbol. So there are 5 different colors of bosses. Now this one is the health swapping boss. I actually find the health swapping boss to be the toughest one to beat. Or was this? It wasn't the health. Maybe it wasn't the health swapping boss. Maybe it was just the stun boss. I forget. I thought it was the health swapping boss. But anyway, I find that's the hardest one to beat. The other ones are generally easier. But you don't have a block debuffs and you don't have a cleanse. No, you do have a cleanse and you do have a block debuffs. Never mind. If you bring in Mausoleum Mage, you have those. So you can certainly consider, if you can get him into the team and you need him against the boss, then you'd want to run him, right? Because he's going to give you a block debuffs here for one turn, and then on this skill he gives you a cleanse. But in order for him to do that, he would need to be not stunned or not provoked or whatever. As far as the shield set is concerned, getting the shield set into the team, maybe Mausoleum Mage would be the right one for the shield set, because you're not going to change her build. You're probably not going to change his build. You're not going to change his build that much. And even though Husk would be the perfect champion for a shield set, you want him to do damage. And, so maybe you put him in a shield set. If you have a decent damaging shield set, maybe you need to steal the one that we just put on Hofaris. Maybe you need to bring that over here, whatever. So, it could be Gorgorab, it could be Mausoleum Mage, it could be Husk. But, just be aware that you're going to want a shield set on somebody just to give you that extra survivability. And you should be good. Now, I don't know, maybe you have a immunity set. You could put an immunity set on Gorgorab, not Gorgorab, on Mausoleum Mage. So if you had a good tanky immunity set, that would give him immunity for 2 turns. Now, if you're going twice the speed of the boss, you're not going to go twice the speed of the boss. Boss is running at 150 or whatever. But so when that boss goes and places that first stun, Mausoleum Mage would have immunity and would potentially be able to cleanse your team from that first stun and just go. So you could put shield set here, immunity set here. Gorgorab needs to run decently fast in the shield set. So speed boost, cleanse, damage dealer. Might be enough. Let's look at the other factions. Ogren Tribe is your furthest away. Let me just see if you have Ogrins that can get the job done. You should be fine. Okay, so the thing is here, you don't have a reviver, right? I don't think you have a reviver at all. He's just a self-reviver. But that should be enough. I would certainly consider putting Biggin in a stun set. Get him 100% crit rate and put him in a stun set. His crit damage doesn't matter. Just get him to 100% crit rate. And if you can get accuracy, that I would do that too. So again, about 240 accuracy. Or if you can't get him in a stun set, just get him the accuracy and speed. That's fine. He doesn't need to do damage, just the crit rate, the speed, and the accuracy. So he becomes, I mean, you've also got Bellower who could go in a stun set. And he doesn't need crit rate. He does need accuracy and speed. So one of these two champions can go in stun sets. You could put both of them in stun sets, and they'll probably walk you through to the boss. Now here you've got a cleanser and a healer, and a good boss killer with poisons. Here you've got wave control. You might not even need the stun sets now that I'm thinking about it. You've got this. It is on a 5-turn cooldown because he's not booked. Yeah, I would probably do a stun set. I don't know if this is, he's not your campaign farmer. And he is not, we just stole gear off of him. But this gives you a block debuffs. This gives you a cleanse and a heal. And then these three give you a ton of debuffs, including stuns, slows, decrease defense, decrease attack, block active skills, freezes, mini cleanse, increased defense, ally protection, plus the passive. You just might not need a reviver. I think you're going to be tanky enough and have enough buffs and crowd control that you're probably just fine. So I would just, if you have stun sets for these guys, great. If not, you want somebody to hit hard for the boss. So, whoever you can build for damage, make sure that your Grim is nice and tanky because he's your cleanser and your healer. So he's going to bring, maybe you want to put him in regen, or you want to put him in some immortal or something, or resilience is a good set. He needs a little bit of accuracy to land his poison, so don't ignore accuracy. But the hard thing here is you're gonna need a lot on a lot of people. Like you need stats, you need the gear. But you've got the speed in all battles aura, so that's going to relieve the speed burden a little bit. Yeah, I think you should have enough with these 5. I don't think you need to do anything else. Use that unkillable manual the fight, and you should be able to get through. And then if you can get to 60 stars on Demon Spawn, you can get to 63 because that boss is not as hard as the others. But I think that's the last one, so we'll take a quick look at Demon Spawn. What am I doing? This is what I'm. Yeah, you got your reviver right there. Build him tanky in a stun set. You've got turn meter control, so as long as she needs a 100% crit rate. You need a 100% crit rate on her. Some speed and accuracy. And you can bring whoever you want. I mean, Tyrant's good. Fellhound's good. Hefrak's good. Umbral Enchantress is good. Umbral Enchantress is probably a little tricky for faction crypts because she places a block buff. So if you just avoid using your A3, she can actually be really good. And then you can use this if you need to. But I wouldn't do that. You can also use Drexthar, by the way, with his AoE provoke, which is a really nice skill to just control the crowd. If you're not using Fellhound for something, you could always put him in a stun set. Just make sure he AoEs, just uses A1. You don't really need these other skills. You could also get him a little bit of accuracy to land that decreased speed. AoE decreased speed is really nice. Even if it's the smaller one, it's really nice. So I think Dur and Allure are guaranteed, and probably Hefrak is guaranteed. I would definitely use Hefrak. Get him faster. 100% crit rate would be important. And just crush that out. I think you're going to be fine here. If you do need, for whatever reason, to flesh out this team, let's see. Tarshan's not bad. He gives you a nice turn meter fill with an increased defense and an AoE weaken, plus a provoke, and he's decently tanky. I'm trying to think, I don't want to go down too far. I mean, you've got Gorlos is a nice decreased defense champion. Akoth gives you an AoE HP burn. Vildrax gives you an AoE hex. Like, you have some options here for trying to create other stuff. But I think, honestly, nobody is really better than what you got. Maybe a Diabolist for like an increased speed and a decreased turn meter. Like turn meter fill for you, decreased turn meter for the enemy. That would give you more crowd control. But I think realistically, you're probably okay with, like, if you need crowd control, you can use the provoke. You've got the turn meter decrease. You could bring in your second allure for more turn meter decrease. I think you're going to be fine. And Tyrant gives you a nice HP burn, AoE HP burn anyway, so I don't think you need that. And Ally protects, plus the increased defense. And then he's got a nice passive. So, one thing I'm noticing here is, like, you're not fully booked. This guy is not built as to where he needs to be. So you could definitely do a rebuild here on Hefrak. He could be your main damage dealer. He's going to clear waves pretty well. Places an extra hit on targets with less than 50% HP after the first hit, and it ignores target's defense. This just clears waves. It will absolutely clear waves if he's built right. So you can go his A3 into his A2. Wave's done, right? Then the next wave, maybe you provoke, you use Umbral's, skill. You keep them turn meter controlled so that Umbral, like that provoke, stays up longer. You'll get some heals here out of Door, while Hefrak and whoever else does the work, maybe Fellhound, Hefrak and Fellhound do the work. Get to the boss, and you've got the revives in case you need it. You got the shield set, you've got the turn meter decrease, and you just let Hefrak and Umbral and Fellhound do the work. And you can use this continuous heals if you need it. You can use the block damage on an ally. So, like, if Umbral is too low, you could use the block damage on her. That seems like a really good team. Maybe you don't need Hefrak. Don't need Tyrant. You stick with Hefrak, Umbral, Fellhound, Allure. Or maybe you bring in that second Allure. Because 2 turn meter decrease Allures are just like, it's so nasty. You just basically prevent the enemy from ever going, including the boss. Assuming the boss can be turn meter controlled, I think it can. But so that shouldn't be too hard. And there you go. So that's all your faction crypts solved. Go ahead and, bookmark this video, come back to it, go to each kind of individual one when you need to. But I think you should be in good shape. I think you have the champions. It's just about gearing them. And remember, you typically want that 2-to-1 ratio in terms of speed. You can get some of it from a speed aura. You can get some of it from a turn meter filler. But that just makes the waves easier to handle, especially when you have tricky waves like in that undead crypt. Like some of the other crypts, the waves don't matter. You don't need to go that fast. So, for Demon Spawn, maybe it doesn't matter. Speed against the boss is useful, but it's not always critical. So it kind of depends on, what the boss is and what you have. But yeah, you're going to get your Lydia soon. You're going to get your Lydia really soon. You are, 13? No, you are 23. 23. What am I reading? No, you're 13. You're 13 stars away. 13 stars away. Okay. I hope that helped. That's fun. I haven't done a faction crypt takeover, I don't think, ever, maybe. In the year that we've been doing this, I'm not sure that we've done a faction crypt takeover. So that was fun. That was good. It's a little bit tricky to do faction crypt takeovers because, like, you can only get into today's. You know what I mean? So it's like we can theory craft for the future, but I don't have them memorized. Like, you can go to hellhades.com and you can look at the, at the raid stages tool and like find out which boss it is and stuff. So we could come here and say, okay, let's go to the demon spawn stage 21 and look. It's like, oh, hey, there's a triple Valkyrie there as well. And then, this is, okay, so this is the disruptor. You can see this. Damn it. All right. So you come here to the raid stages still. Change it to demon spawn. Stage 21. Come down here. This is the disruptor. This is the yellow. You can see the little yellow icon in the upper right-hand corner of the portrait. So those bosses each do different things. And if you're not sure, you can always come here and you go to factions That's not what I'm looking for. Faction Wars. Faction War tier lists. Where is it? It's been a long time. I know there's a page here. I don't see it. I know they redid the thing, but let's just look here. So Faction War bosses. There used to be an article that outlined each of the types of bosses, the 5 different bosses and what they did. But I don't see it here anymore. So I guess I would just use the raid stages tool and kind of come here and, you know, like if you have a yellow boss like that's currently open, you can check it out and be like, oh, that's what this boss does, because the yellow boss always does the same thing, right? The red boss always does the same thing. The green boss always does the same thing. So you can just kind of figure that out, but also come here to the stages tool for the stats, just so you know what the waves are and what the stats are, what the accuracy that you need is, what, you know, if you want to resist or something, you can find the speeds as well. And that'll help you kind of design your builds. So, you know, when you're getting close to that Lydia, it just benefits you. It behooves you to come in here and do your research, because you can spend 30 million silver per faction rebuilding. I mean, we spent, I don't know how much we spent on your rebuild, but I think we spent like maybe like 7 or 8 million just for that one faction. And that was a relatively easy thing because we weren't taking gear off and putting it on, right? A lot of those champions were unbuilt. So we were literally just throwing gear on them, so we didn't have the removal costs. But you can spend 10, 15, 20 million per faction if you don't know what you're building specifically for. So check that website and make sure that you know exactly what you're doing. And again, my chair is sinking. You can just check like the level of my t-shirt. like when I'm down here, you know that I've been sinking. It's my chair, it's not me. I'm not getting short. Okay, it is late for me to do another takeover, but I will offer this. I did this before. I am willing to do a champion rebuild for PvP. Yeah, PvP champion rebuild. Or, you know what? If you want a PvE rebuild, that's fine. I'm rebuilding one champion. This will not count as a takeover. Okay, so I'm going to offer this. We're just going to do this at the end here because I don't have enough time to do a full takeover. But if anybody wants a single champion rebuild, any particular champion that you want, doesn't matter. You want me to build your new ninja, I can build your new ninja. You want me to build your Mithrala because you just got the 5-star soul. Maybe you need a rebuild for an arena nuker or a turn meter thing. We're going to do that. Okay, and it's not going to count as a takeover. So you can win it. Like, it doesn't matter, and it's not going to mess you up. Okay. So thanks, Rex, and for letting me tool around on your account. Let's get out of this account here. I hope that helps you out. And I'm going to go real quickly, and I am going to refresh the reactions. So don't react just yet. Okay, so there we go. So go ahead and react to the message in the Discord. If you don't know what we're doing, you need to join the Discord. Go down to the channel, The Wheel of Takeover. It's in the coaching corner. React to the message from my editor, whose name is Sun. And yeah, what is Sun doing today? I wonder where he is. He's always hanging about. Like, he might be around. You never know. Dude is sneaky. He's trying to be helpful, but he's a little bit freaky. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at those eyes. I don't know if I trust those guys. Just the way he holds his card, you know? He's like very particular. He's like, I'm air. Okay, anyway, Sun is, I don't know where Sun is. But yeah. React to the message from Sun, and then we are going to go ahead and spin the wheel in about 30 seconds. I need to Photoshop that picture under a bridge. Yeah, that's where he lives. The troll under the bridge. Oh, that's my... Hey, QQ, Francis, Diggs, BM. We got some people here. We got Nikki in the house. Andrew Jordan. Sauce. The Real Techniques is here. All right. Thanks, everybody, for showing up. Hope you had fun today. Hope you learned something. And then, yeah. All right, let's go ahead and spin that wheel. Where is the wheel? I'm always bouncing around. There's the wheel. So we're doing a 1 champion rebuild takeover that doesn't count. It's not going to burn. It's not going to burn your not going to burn your 90 days. If it's shock, I'll laugh. UDK Dino. All right. UDK. 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 UDK Dino. Can we get a takeover mercy system? That'd be tough, right? Because everybody would hit it on the same day. Now, I'm pretty sure. Wow, Uncle Dan. Dude, thank you, man. That is huge. That is. Let me give that some love. I appreciate you, man. Absolutely fantastic. So, what was I talking about? I was talking about Killer. So did we do a takeover? We did. We did a takeover back in April. And I think, what did we work on? What did we work on back in April? Clan Boss Help, Arena, Doom Tower. We did a bunch. So, but yeah, so let me get into the account. Okay, so you have a code? Yeah. So I'm ready for the code. All right, we are in. UDK. Colred should join HH. That'd be fun. Yeah, that's very generous, Uncle Dan. It's great when people are willing to help out and support the channel. I'll be honest, there've been talks. There've been talks about the channel's future. I really enjoy doing it, and I want to make this my career if I can. So every little bit helps. All right. UDK Dino. CPR, we've got a cluster mate here. In deep dwarf squats. All right. Love it. Level 70. Working on Scion. So you are over the year mark. And let's look at the roster. Pretty good roster here. Not that many 6 stars. Looks like we're 12 6 stars. But good roster. So what are we looking for? Ninja or Ninja or who? Razin. You have Razin? Gotcha. Do you have Razin? Like, did you already fuse him in, or did you already pull him from a shard or something? Or you just want to go get him? No, you don't have him. Okay. You need to fuse him. Yeah, that would entail leveling these up to 50. You need to get them to 50 and do all that. So, did you pull your ninja, or is your ninja here now? You've got your ninja to 60. Okay. Is he built for clan boss right now? Is he built for anything in particular? Yeah, Nikki, that's the way to go. Go glass cannon, man. You are building him for clan boss arena. Do you have a clan boss speed tune in mind? Like, does he need to be at 178 speed? Is that what we have to have him at? Okay, so here's the thing for Ninja in Clan Boss. He has an A1 that fills his turn meter by 15%. His A1 will change frequency if these two skills are not on max cooldown. Right? So basically imagine like if this is on a 3-turn cooldown and this is on a 4-turn cooldown, then out of every 4 turns, the A1 fires twice, right? So it would be, this would fire, this would fire twice, and then you're back to the beginning, right? So you get 2 turn meter fills every 4 turns. But if this is on a 5-turn cooldown and this is on a 4-turn cooldown, then this fires, and now the A1 fires 3 times. And so you get a different amount of turn meter fill if these aren't fully booked. In addition, you are running Merciless. Merciless has a chance of decreasing a random skill cooldown by 1 turn when dealing damage. So sometimes you're going to get a skill reduction on one of these, and you're going to get fewer A1s than you might expect, and other times you're going to get more A1s than you might expect. That is probably going to mess up a speed tune. So what I would say is if you want a speed tune Ninja, the first thing that's really important is you need to book out his A2 and his A3. You want them fully booked. You want those cooldowns all the way down. The A1 doesn't need to be booked. So if you happen to miss some books here, you can save some books on the A1. The debuff chance on the A1 is nice, like getting that decreased defense from a 45% chance to a 60% chance. That's a nice boost, but it's not critical, especially if you're already bringing in another decreased defense champion. So This needs to be booked. This needs to be booked. And no 4-piece Merciless set. No, nothing that changes the skill cooldowns. You cannot run a mastery that changes the skill cooldown. So like no Cycle of Magic for Ninja. Okay. Because the A1 needs to be predictable in order for you to speed tune it. The rest of this is probably fine. Although if you're doing Clan Boss, you want War Master, not Helm Smasher. Helm Smasher is primarily for wave content. So either waves in Doom Tower or dungeons or PvP. Now that can be fun. Maybe Helm Smasher is good for other stuff, but it's not the Clan Boss. It's not the Clan Boss ability. As far as this is concerned, counterattacks for Clan Boss can proc his A1, giving him additional turn meter in an unpredictable way. So you can't have him have these masteries. He can't have these 2 masteries. Right? Now this one probably won't matter for Clan Boss because if you're using block damage, he's never going to take 50%. He's never going to take 25% of his damage from a single skill because he's not going to take any damage. If you're using unkillable like a man-eater team, then he could take damage and he may fire this. But this one is going to fire if the Clan Boss ever lands a stun. So if you're using a cleanser, not like a block debuff, so you're using a cleanser, this one will fire. And again, that's going to change his turn meter. You can't change turn meter in a speed tune. Like every turn meter fill has to be predictable so that you can speed tune. It can't vary. Okay. So what I would say is, this is right now dangerous. It's dangerous. It's not going to work as a Clan Boss speed tune. If I can reset the masteries. Yeah. So what I would probably do, let's just look at your team and let's see. Let's look at your Clan Boss team, your current Clan Boss team, and just get a sense of where you are. Okay. Okay, so I think Artak needs to come out of this team. A decreased attack champion is a good thing. Are you going for an unkillable speed tune? Do you have unkillable champs? Or are you just bringing him in? Because if you're just bringing him in to do damage, then all of that stuff about turn meter goes out the window. If you don't care about a speed tune, if you just want a really hard hitting champ, then that's a different story. So I don't know if the plan is to, do you have a Demitha? No. Do you have a Maneater? No. Do you have a Helicath? No. Do you have a Roshguard? No. Do you have a Nick? No. Alsgore? No. So it doesn't look like you're doing an unkillable. You don't have an Emic. So if you're just trying to bring damage, forget everything I said. You can just go ahead and build him for as much damage as possible. But then, if you're going to do that, if you're just building him to hit as hard as possible, you need 100% crit rate and as much crit damage as you can, pile on. Again, you could use that efficiency calculator. Your accuracy is fine. You need 275 accuracy, I think, for Ultra Nightmare. I think it's 275 accuracy. You can check that in the calculator. So your accuracy would be good. You want as much crit damage as possible. So you want a crit damage amulet, preferably with accuracy as a substat. But if you can't get it, as long as you can hit the accuracy, you're probably fine. You can always use an accuracy banner if you need to. So you can get more accuracy out of this banner. So even if you don't have accuracy on your amulet, you could totally use, revenge accessories or Slayer accessories, whatever you can do to get damage into him would be fine if you're not speed tuning him. But then if in the future you decide to speed tune him, that's tricky. Now, if you want to use him more for arena, if that's like where you'd like to use him, then all of that also goes out the window. Then you don't really care. Then you're just looking for whatever damage you think makes sense. So let's take a quick look at your arena team. I like that team. I think that's great. I think that's really nice. It gives you a lot. Right? The one thing that you're missing here is an increased attack. I mean, you also have her. She's great. You have that. There's your increased attack. Get rid of her. Bring him back. This is a gold 5 arena team right here. You know, you're in gold 2. If you need to get to gold 5, I would say this could absolutely do the job. Although I would probably do something more like this. You know, you'd level her up to 6 stars. I mean, this is not bad. But yeah, based on where you are right now, I think, and who you've got built, this is good. You could also do this. Mountain King is actually, he hits really hard. So you could use him in the arena. He's a single target nuker. But he's got this one, will ignore 50% of the target's defense. He just hits really hard, ignores shields and block damage. And his damage based on his HP and his attack. He can be really, really high HP. You can have him like 100,000 HP and he can just smack and be very survivable. But I certainly think Ninja is a better option because he brings you the option to like freeze out the team if you have high enough accuracy. So, yeah. So I don't know that I would rebuild Ninja right now because you don't know where you're putting him. And you don't know exactly how you're going to use him. So I don't know that I would rebuild him other than to say you need to get to 100% crit damage. Actually, we could do a rebuild. Let's do this. Let's just do this. Crit damage, say crit rate. Perception would be optimal. We could use Fatal. That's not bad. That has accuracy. That's actually pretty good. We could use speed. Let's check out the Feral for now. Let's see. Let's get him into a better place. Let's do this. Well, I mean, you have to redo masteries and all sorts of stuff. There's all sorts of things that have to happen. So, but yeah, let's just try, see what we can do here. So the next thing I want to do is just check that set. I want to see if you have any other pieces. If that's like the one piece you're holding on to. No, you have some pieces. Okay. Speed, accuracy, and crit rate are what we want. If we can't have something, you know, it depends. If we're high on speed, we can trade away speed. If we're high on accuracy, we can trade away accuracy. But let's see what we can get here. We can also look at the other pieces, I guess. Pieces from the other sets. We've only got 3 million silver here. I mean, that's nice and fast. We get 5% from the set. 5% crit rate from the set. Double. What are we going to end up with? And speed. These rolled really well. Okay, so let's do that. I want to look at the chest piece because I think the merciless chest piece that you're wearing is like accuracy or something. It's accuracy. Let's see if we have other better option. Now with Ninja, you can run a tanky chest piece. You can, accuracy is okay, but I wouldn't typically run accuracy. I'd try to find accuracy in the set somewhere else. But you could run HP percentage. That's actually not bad. He already hits really hard, but for arena, if you're going to run him in arena, you want attack percentage. If you're going to run him in like as a boss killer, and he's a great boss killer, you want him a little bit tankier. So HP percentage is probably the best chess piece. Let's see what we've got in like. Okay, let's do speed and crit rate as a substat. Let's see if we can find something decent for him. All right, so as a main stat, we want either HP or attack percentage. Ooh, there are slim pickings. You're going to keep that on Wukong is my guess. Kind of like this. We could see if we got enough Savage here. We might not have enough Savage, but we can try it. Yeah, we don't have the Savage for it. Okay. So I think we'll go to that 4-star perception piece for now. It's an attack percentage piece with 12% crit rate, so that's not bad. Oops. Now we need. Actually, let's see. Find this. His current boots aren't bad. These are a little bit better. And these are a lot better. Probably put them in those. Actually, we should take this up. Let's see if it rolls in a crit rate again. Or accuracy. Attack is good. All right, and then finally, we just have the 2 pieces up top that we need to hit. We have 72% crit rate. This could roll again. Let's take this up. Can't hit. This could hit. That's unfortunate. All right, let's get some crit rate. Oh, that would be a beautiful piece, but I don't think that's going to be enough. That would leave us 26 shy. I didn't check the masteries. Does he have the masteries yet? Does he have his like 5% from He does. Yeah, I forgot. Okay. We looked at those. Okay. So now, I mean, Slayer set could work for him, actually, now that I think about it. Crit rate, crit damage, and speed. Even the turn meter on the AoE could be nice, as long as you're not speed tuning him. Could try. I mean, if we double crit rate roll here, it might be. Yeah, it's not going to be as good then. 12%. And it doesn't look like there's both. We need 28% crit rate, which is a lot. And it's probably because this shield, we missed on this shield. So we could try replacing that shield as well. So we could go back to these 3 pieces in the Fatal set and see if we can get a better piece. So that leaves us 19 short. If we take this off, it leaves us 23 short. Let's look here and see. Are there any Slayer? Yes, there are. So this would give us 5%. So now we need 18 out of 2 pieces, which is just a 9 and a 9. Although I don't know how much. I don't know. We're going to lose 5 there at least, right? So I don't know how much we're getting there. So let's see. Yeah, it looks like there's no. You could go for a second set of this, actually, but I don't think we had it would be this helmet. Perception would give us more accuracy, which could be good. Let's see if we've got something with speed. That's nice. We'll take that. That gives us to 99. And then that's pretty awful. That would be good. We're going to do this. We're going to look for some helmets with some crit rate substats. It is a PRCVC, so you can get some points on this. Speed, crit rate, and crit damage. That's perfect. Let's check out these other pieces. That's nice. That's nice. Okay. Okay, so this helmet is perfect. So we got the helmet we need. What's going on? Why would that not show up? Did it go into your, are we full inventory? It went into the, it went into the bin. Okay, so let's just sell. Let's just sell. It went into your mailbox, I guess. All right, let's go to the mailbox. Yeah, let's pull these pieces. Yeah. I was like, what? What's going on there? That is very strange. So this is the piece we want. Oh, we need to put on reset. And then we do need this to hit crit rate. We just need one because it didn't give us a 6. So one of each would be really nice. Give us crit rate. I'm still going to put it on. It's too good. I'm just going to go back to the forge. Let's see about fatal. Nothing really great there. Okay, so let's go ahead and see. What do we need? We need a chess piece. We need a chess piece. Crit rate. we just missed, right? Like this attack percentage, but this has the crit rate and crit damage on the accuracy. See if anybody else, like maybe there's another piece. Speed and crit rate on that shield. That might be enough. No, we've already got 17% crit rate there. We got 16 there, 12 there. We've got the 5 there. That messed us up. 9 there and 15. So we could try. We could just try this for a second. And I don't really want to use charm. Yeah, I forgot about the, we've got this. We've got that. I forgot, when you do the preset manager, it like doesn't remember this, you know, like doesn't do it at the same time. So we're there. We are there. I would still like to replace this chess piece at some point, you know, get a 5-star, 6-star chess piece there. But if we look at this build, like this change in build, you know, so we've lost a little bit of HP. We picked up 500 attack. We did lose a little bit of defense. We picked up 16 speed here, and we can glyph more speed onto this. We got to 100% crit rate. Our crit damage is 181, which is a little low, but that's fine. Our accuracy is 243, which we dropped a little bit. But remember that this banner is only 13, level 13. And so you're going to be able to get more accuracy there. I don't know if you have another accuracy option. No. So this is going to give you another, you're going to go from 54 up to 78. So that's 24. That's going to put you at 267. And then what about this? Did we say? That has accuracy, but we want to get into crit damage here. Crit damage. This one. Oh, that's 4-star. So, you know, you're going to want this one. Yeah, we lost a little accuracy there as well. So, you know, you're going to need to glyph that accuracy back. You're going to want it up above 275 at the very least for the clan boss. I mean, eventually. But for right now, for arena, you know, higher is better. And I would probably glyph the speed as well. Get him to like 205, 210. That'd be a really nice place to push. You can push this all the way up to 40%. So you're going to get another 21% crit damage. Now you're floating at 211. You know, if you happen to get, I mean, this would drop the speed, but that would give you 15% more crit damage. And if you could get a third piece, let's just really quickly, while we're here, let's just check Slayer. I think we already checked Slayer, but so this is crit rate. This is actually a really nice gauntlet, but it's not enough to make the swap. And I don't think we had what we wanted on a weapon. Yeah. So I think that's where we are. Now I've got to find the silver to make the swaps. Oh, by the way, this can still roll. This can still roll another level. So you might actually get speed there or crit damage or crit rate. And if you get crit rate, you know, potentially you can take this off, or you could, you know, make another swap. You could swap this out for something with speed on it, but we don't have the silver right now. So let's go ahead and sell Let's sell all those curing pieces that we had that we don't need. Let's just, yeah. Don't need any of these. I know it's just, it was a pain in the butt to sell them when you're farming campaign. Let's do a quick. All these can go. Those can go. That can go. Those can go. I mean, honestly, I'd probably sell these two. They're all flat stats. You don't need them. All right. Do we have enough silver now? Nope. Still need to do some selling. All right. Let's go ahead and sell all the flat stat boots we don't need. All right, so this is going to be pretty nice. Definitely usable in Arena. He's still going to hit pretty hard. He's not quite all the way there. What I would say is, obviously if you're going to speed tune him in the future, you're going to build him a little differently. You're going to have to change those masteries. But, max out this crit damage amulet. That's going to get you a little bit more damage. And eventually, I like this crit damage gauntlet, but this weapon's not so great. So if you could find a weapon that maybe had speed, crit rate, and crit damage on it, again, you're going to want to roll up this shield and see if this lands into crit rate or speed or crit damage. All of those are good. As long as you can avoid the HP, that would be fantastic. You can glyph some more accuracy onto him. So there's 1, 2, 3 substats of accuracy. You could potentially roll this into accuracy. So you should be able to get another like 30 accuracy onto him at least. And then if you change the mastery and go down the accuracy side that I was talking about, you're going to get all the accuracy you need. And when you get to the Lore of Steel, the Lore of Steel is going to give you more accuracy because you're running 2 sets of perception. Is this an end game ninja build? No, it's not. But it's better than what you were running. The most important thing being that we have 100% crit rate now. That's critically important, right? You need that damage there, but also that accuracy. We do want to push that back up to 275. And you should be able to get there. I mean, you're going to get, what did we say? 24 accuracy here. And that's most of it. And so then with the glyphs, and if you happen to get lucky and get like an accuracy substat here as you roll it up, you're going to be fine at the 275 mark. And I think that's going to be great for killing Dragon. It's going to be great for, killing Clan Boss. It's going to be great for Arena. So, all right, that is it. That is it for me. I hope that was helpful. That was longer than I expected. Lost power on him. You mean his total power number is lower? It doesn't matter. He's more effective than he was before. Trust me. This number doesn't mean a whole lot. If that number went down, you're still good. You want him fast, accurate, and hitting hard, and he's going to be hitting harder than he was before. So. Oh, you lost power. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't understand. I thought you were talking about Ninja lost power. Like, you lost power. I'm sorry you lost power. But yeah, okay, so that is it for me today. Just a quick reminder, I do paid takeover services now. I am away for the next week. I am leaving tomorrow morning. I will not be back until Monday. So a week from yesterday. So 6 days I'll be back. But I am doing paid takeovers. So the July deal is done. I was offering a really nice deal for July. The August deal is not bad, though. It's not as good as the July deal, but it's still not bad. So if you are interested in a takeover, I'm offering a pretty good deal. You go ahead and send me a DM, and I will let you know the pricing and scheduling. But again, I'm not going to be around until, let's see, what is today? Today's the 30th. So I will be back on August 5th. I'll be back to work on August 5th. We actually come back 4th, late at night, but I'll be back on August 5th. And and that's it. In the meantime, good luck with your CVC. Good luck with the Fusion that's starting on Thursday. I may try to drop a video on that, but I'm going to be on vacation, so I don't know. And I hope you all had a good time. Thank you to Uncle Dan. Thank you to everybody for the tips and the support. I love it. I appreciate it. And I'm just streaming on YouTube right now. I tried to do Twitch and YouTube last week and it didn't work. My computer can't handle the dual stream, so we'll figure that out. But all right, everybody have a great week and I will see you soon.